I am love. I am peace. I am free. I have abundance. I have everything within me. For I was, for I am, for I always be. We are love. We are peace. We are free. We have abundance. We have everything within us. For we are, for we will always be. For Mother Earth is love. For Mother Earth has peace. For Mother Earth is free. For Mother Earth has abundance. For Mother Earth has everything within her. For she was, for she is, for she will always be. And so it is spoken, so it has been written, and it is done.
You have entered into a dimension of truth, where time does not exist and illusions are shattered. The journey of truth is intense. The journey of truth will set you free. Consider this a warning as you enter the dimension of truth uncompromised.
We are in the age of truth, freedom, love, prosperity, abundance, and peace. Welcome to Truth Uncompromised.
All right, family. Whew. Welcome to Truth Uncompromised. I am your host, Rhonda. This is part 2, y'all. Did we go through some drama last night, or did we go through some drama? So we had to get this out. Let me record this. It's a shame a sister got to record her stuff, all of this dramatization. So welcome. This is really our show that we were going to do last night. We're on part 13 of the series Momma Terra and the Consciousness of Her People. And we had such a hard time last night that we just had to give it up. We couldn't even get through to go head on with the fuckery. So we decided to redo it tonight. So instead of me taking a break, I tore everything back down, rebuild it up, and then redid new intros. So sister got bags under her eyes. Everything, but that's what happens when you like to mess around with technology and stuff. So welcome, and thank everybody for coming back. So let me bring on Brother Sean, my co-host. Let's see here. All right, I got to do this like 3 times to bring you on. So bear with me, brother. And shout out to the YouTube chat. I see y'all. Brother Scotty in the house. Birthday boy still. He said he's still going to be turning up. So shout out to you, Brother Scotty. Legendary Top Cats in the building. Shout out to you, brother. Shout out to Sis Summer Breeze. Shout out to Brother Lance. And shout out to Shan in the house. Shout out to Sis Tressie. And if I missed anybody else, I apologize, but welcome aboard. Okay, Brother Sean, I'm trying to bring you in. Hold on a second. Okay, cool. How are you for the remix? Good. Good to hear your voice. So I know, you have finished up your go ahead on with the fuckery last night, but did you have any fresh additional while I'm trying to bring up the stuff that we was getting into last night, which was we gonna go over these finances. That was my go ahead on with the fuckery before we get into the main topic.
Finance. All part of the system. You, we own everything
True that.
already. There's nothing that they can offer but trinkets, like Sis said.
Right.
9 times out of 10, it's trinkets that we invented, they stole,
Right.
and then sell it back to you.
Yep.
They have nothing. They came here with nothing. They're going to leave with nothing.
Right. Right.
And so are you.
Indeed.
If you ain't back right with Mama, it's all bad.
Indeed. So hold on a second, Brother Sean. They're saying they can only hear. Oh, you sound very low. Okay, you sound very low, Brother Sean. Yes.
Keep trying.
I know. And it doesn't help because I'm a loudmouth and I MFs and SBs on the regular. So I'll turn my stuff down. Let me see. There's
You ain't got to do that.
let me see if there's anything I can do with your settings. I don't think that I can, but let me just go check just in case. But while I'm doing that, yeah, the more and more, we start unveiling this stuff, the more straight disgusted that I get personally. Because I still don't get what was so important for our ancestors to be doing business with all of these different folks. What did they have that was so important for us to allow them to come on the land? You know what I'm saying? And started making the moves like that. I maybe I'm missing something. And I'm okay with that if I am. But
I mean, people fall for sob stories just like now. We got big hearts. We're loving people.
yeah.
We let people get away with too much. That's because we've always had.
Yeah.
We've had abundance.
You think we just got too comfortable?
Yeah, I mean, we wasn't stingy. We knew that stuff was growing everywhere. They come with their sob stories about this, about that.
Right.
Like, damn, that's fucked up.
Right.
Get you something to eat. Go ahead, sit down and relax.
Yeah.
Something to eat.
Yeah.
You know how we do.
Yeah. Indeed.
And they fucked us. Fucked us real good.
Yeah. Yeah. And then I think too with the intermarrying, and you know how we are. If, somebody is family, they're family. So if that's your in-laws, they're still family. And I don't know, but based on the stuff that we're seeing so far, it seems like based on those marriages that were happening between the indigenous people and the Europeans, that a lot of one-sided bad deals were happening. So I don't know. All right, but we're here to set the record straight. This is what the ancestors told us to do. So the purpose of me digging up this Pesur stuff, because there is a perception, as I'm talking to y'all, I'm finna bring it up. There is this perception that you have the wealth across the planet is held by like the Rothschilds, Rockefellers, yada, yada, yada. Well, based on Brother 832 putting me up on game, that's not really the case. How they're really doing it is totally, totally different. So if you're hearing about someone being wealthy, that means they really don't hold the wealth. Okay. And so Brother 832 was the one that put me up on the Pesur. And once number one, it's hard to find things on them. And so when you do, it's very limited information, because the stuff I'm going to share tonight, even that's records from, I think, 1984 or something like that. But the amount, child, of wealth that we're going to go over is straight mind-blowing. So, all right, YouTube, your little screen is showing, so we finna get it cracking. Okay, so this is assets of Louis Cass Pesur. Okay, so we're going to start with these assets. And even once we go through these assets, we still have to go back another layer, because even this person answers to someone as well. But I want us to go through this so you all can see the amount of stuff. It's mind-boggling. Okay, so assets of Louis Cass Pesur. The following is a list of only 1/3 of the companies which are listed in public records of the assets of Louis Cass Pesur, 1850 to 1939, which have been assigned to the Louis Cass Pesur Trust Company, Inc. All of the companies listed here were each issued upon formation 50,000 preferred or special class A shares, those being the only such shares authorized and issued, which shares represented the true ownership of the corporation. L.C. Pesur owned 9/10 of all preferred share issued of each of these companies, i.e. 45,000, and the rest of the world owns only 5,000 shares of the issued stock. So did y'all catch that? And wait till we go through these companies. So that just means Blood only put out 5,000. Other 45,000, that's where the true ownership is. Okay, so common shares or non-voting shares are the ones where applicable, which are traded on the stock exchange and do not reflect the ownership as is commonly thought. Note, companies listed in the Fortune 500 magazine, May 5th, 1980, are noted by the name of the company followed by blah, 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 blah. All right, whatever. This is not a complete list of Pesur assets, as this is the only 1/3 of his holdings. The estate was filed in 3 different locations with different assets listed at each state and county site that it was filled in. Yet another attempt to cover up the ownership trial, but you can get an idea of the magnitude of his holdings with this 1/3 list. All right. So we're looking at the railway, the railroads. Okay. You see Lancaster, Chester, Railway, Shira, leased for 99 years. to Charlotte, Columbia, and Augusta Railroad Company, executed October 3rd, 1882, and recorded in the Court of Probate and the county record office in Chester, South Carolina. So, like I said yesterday, I think it's either China or Japan, and it may be both of them. You cannot own land there. You can only lease it, and that lease is for 99 years. So when I first went through this, I'm like, oh, hell no. But here's the thing that's even deeper than that. How is a European coming over here, laying down tracks on indigenous land, and then you're going to lease those tracks on indigenous land? Should not this deal be the opposite? That you get authorization from the indigenous people to lay these tracks?
They laid them.
True. That's a very good point. That's a good point. That's if they laid them. You're absolutely right. Okay. Seaboard Airline Railway Company, South Carolina Division, along with the liens of the iron rails and cross tires of lines under 99-year leases, which have been merged into the Seaboard Airline Railway Company, known as the Catawba Valley Railway Company, out of South Carolina again. And then the Chattanooga, Augusta, and Charleston Railway, that was recorded in Chester, South Carolina. The Memphis/Charleston Railroad Company, that was recorded at the probate judge, the county of Dorchester, South Carolina. Okay, they give book and page and all of that. Back in 1899. The Port Royal Railroad Company, once again, out of Barnwell, South Carolina. So those of us people are from South Carolina, we know exactly where these areas are. Exactly. Okay, so the Chester and Lenore Narrow Gauge Railroad Company, again, out of South Carolina, formerly known as the Wilmington, Charlotte, and Rutherfordton Railway Company, as formed in the city of Lincolnton, North Carolina by the Passeur family. Okay, Buffalo Union and Carlisle Union, South Carolina. So you all can see, I'm not going to read each one of these, but you can see Anderson. I know exactly where that's at. South Carolina, Atlantic Coast out of South Carolina, Greenwood out of South Carolina. I know exactly where Newberry is, South Carolina, Colinton, South Carolina, Chesterfield. So you can see all over South Carolina, these different railroad tracks and companies that they form. Spartanburg, Greenville, and my people, we were originally in Charleston, and then we moved up. My ancestors moved up and bought land in Greenville. Know exactly where that's at too. Columbia. Everybody should know where Columbia is. So, the South Side Railroad Company connecting Atlanta, Georgia with Washington, D.C. And I gotta check. Shit, I don't even know if Amtrak from the ATL go to D.C. today. I gotta check that. I don't even know if that goes there today. Okay, so you can see other ones, Selma, Rome, and Dalton Railroad Company. Now notice that Rome name, okay? And just as a side note, in Georgia, there is literally a town named Rome, Georgia. But anyhow, and Dalton Railroad Company and Alabama Mineral Land Company of New York, parent to the famed Standard Oil, now Exxon Oil. Are y'all catching these connections? So first of all, they got a mineral rights. So not only did they come over here stealing the land, building on the land, leasing and profiting off of the land, they were profiting off of the minerals and then even the airspace. Okay, and I guess when planes started coming into existence, and as they built high rises, you have to pay for that airspace. So they're profiting coming and going.
And they set the Rockefellers up.
Absolutely.
The face behind Standard Oil.
Absolutely.
It became BP. And Exxon bought them out.
Absolutely. Absolutely. And that's why I wanted to go over this, to show people that you thinking that these, Rockefellers and Rothschilds and them were the quote, quote, pioneers of big industry, when all along they had bigger money backing them. They're only serving as a representative to that company. All right. Okay, so here goes somebody with a coal line railroad company. So we're going to go back down. You see this? A gold mine. And, when they could catch it, they even got it down to it where it's located in the paperwork. All right, so Louisville, Nashville, and Decatur, and the Great Southern Railroad line, Charleston, Cincinnati, and Chicago. And I am assuming once they loop them like this, that those tracks are also routes that the train took, or the trains, plural, took, because they're leasing the tracks. You get it? Those particular train companies are leasing the ability to drive across those tracks to these different destinations. There's Mobile and Montgomery, Georgia Pacific. We know Georgia Pacific still exists today. T.A. Louisville, Kentucky, Pennsylvania Railroad. Now this tripped me out when they got into Mexico. I'm like, oh, hell to the no. They was really, really getting it in. So Mexican Railway, Mexico City, and Guadalajara, they were getting it in. Missouri, Mobile in Ohio, New York Central Railroad, Southern Pacific, if I'm not mistaken, that still exists today. That particular company. South and North Alabama, narrow gauge, Camden, Lancaster, Charlotte, and all in North Carolina. And then Georgia Pacific Railroad Company, Pullman Company. So the builders of the Pullman cars. That's just the railroad. Let's get to the next industry, banking. Bank of Lancaster, South Carolina. First Bank and Trust Company, South Carolina. The Lancaster Building and Loan Association, the Bank of Charleston, we know that's South Carolina. The Bank of Kershaw, I think that's South Carolina. Kershaw Mercantile and Banking Company, National Loan and Exchange Bank of Columbia, First National Bank of Camden, I'm assuming that's New Jersey, National Exchange Bank of Chester, Morgan Guaranty Trust Company of New York. New York Trust Company, the Bank of Richmond, National Loan, Exchange Bank of Camden, Raleigh Savings, America Trust, Birmingham Trust and Savings. Y'all see this? Folks running around thinking that these people that are holding the titles of CEO and founders, that they built this stuff from the ground up and they're the brains behind it. You all know how big Chase Bank is. This rolls up to the pursuers. Riggs National Bank, Hanover, Brandywine, or however you say that, Hamilton, South Carolina, Jefferson Savings, Bank of South Carolina, Bank of New York, Bank of Macon, Pennsylvania, Sandals Bank, Painesville, Ohio Bank. That's in banking. Another industry, cotton mills. All right, so you can see the different cotton mills in South Carolina, Eureka Cotton Mill, Springsteen Cotton Mill, Dan River Cotton Mill in Danville, Virginia, Loraff Cotton Mill, Belton Cotton Mill, the Lancaster Cotton Oil Company, the NK Fairbank Company Cotton Oil. Another industry. Remember when cotton was king in the South? Y'all remember that? So if you're wondering how these folks got that funding, that's the pursuers. Remember, we're only going through 1/3 of their holdings. We're only going through a little bit of their holdings. Thread and sewing machine companies, Singer, they still exist today. Still exist today. The New Home Sewing Machine Company, Providence, Rhode Island, Hartford Sewing Machine Company, Connecticut, Remington, Domestic Sewing Company, Clark's, whatever that is, Court to Sealy's, a Silk Thread Company, Farr out of Charlotte, J.P. Coates, Willimatic Thread Company and Linen Company, Chicago, Kenosha Hosiery Company, Kenosha, Wisconsin, E.C. Stan and Company, Chester, South Carolina, Watches, Jewelry, Sewing Machine. Electric and Power Company. Let me take a sip of my water. So we already went over railroads, which you could almost consider that a utility / transportation. We went over banks. They got the cotton mills. And what do you do with cotton? You make clothes. So what do they have? They have sewing machine companies. Okay. So now we're on electric and power companies. Southern Power Company. Big boy in power industry. Still a big boy in power industry. Duke Power Company. Big boy. Still a big boy in the power company industry. Matter of fact, I think Duke is number 1 if I'm not mistaken. Lancaster Light and Power Company, Potomac Electric Company, General Electric Company. Wait a minute, hold up. You mean to damn tell me GE? Y'all know how large GE is. That's part of their portfolio too. Now remember, we're only going over 1/3 of their stuff. We're only going over 1/3 of their assets. We don't even know what the remaining of their assets entail. Okay. Now, a side note with GE, I think China just bought GE either a couple of years ago or last year, something like that. And it's a big stink about it because GE has a lot of companies underneath it. I think Disney is one of them. They have media. They have a lot of stuff up under it. So there was rumors. I'm sorry. Go ahead, Brother Sean.
That executive order he signed stopped all that.
Okay, because I knew it was a controversy. Yeah, because that's huge. That's huge. But what I do know, I don't know if it was that China bought a piece of it, because some of their appliances, like Maytag, y'all remember how Maytag, if you had a Maytag, you had a very good set of appliances. Well, folks have been complaining recently that have bought Maytags over the last, I know, 3 years, that they were breaking down within 1 year to 2 years. I know for a fact someone that bought a refrigerator, and a nice top of the line refrigerator, and that mofo broke down after 2 years. And it was come to find out that China was had bought that part of the company. And y'all know how China's China will, their manufacturing is not the best. They will put some garbage together in a second. So this GE thing, it's more than about the appliances. If you just do a search on all of the companies up under GE, it is quite a bit. They have a lot of stuff up under them. And I know it was a stink about China buying it. So if Trump card blocked it, that's good. But, you know, with Biden coming in the door, you know, they're not going to do nothing but sell it off anyway. But that still makes me wonder if the pursuers still ultimately hold that. Interesting nonetheless. Okay. This is gold and silver. Gold and silver now. Reed Gold Mine, Gastonia Gold Mine, Gold Hill Mining, Kings Mountain Gold, Clarita. Now y'all see this shit? I can't make it up. That's why I wanted to reread. We read this document before, but I wanted to put it back before you all so you can keep this in mind when you're thinking who's really the players. They're not really the power plays. They're just pieces on the board. You have the power plays that sit above the board that's making the moves. Okay, so this particular mining company supplied all the gold for the Federal Reserve. Union Silver Company and Lotawana Silver and Mining. Now we're on iron and steel and other metal companies. Lincoln Iron, formerly Lincolnton Tin Mine and Smelter, now Carnegie Steel. Woodward Iron, Ingal Steel, the Ingal Iron Works Company of Birmingham, Carnegie Steel, Aluminum Company of America. I know y'all should know Alco. That's a pretty popular one. Now, I do know back in the late 80s, early 90s, steel companies started being sold, guess to who? China. And what was happening around that time in the 80s and the 90s? Weren't manufacturing jobs being shipped overseas? How convenient. Now, I do know also people were complaining ultimately about the quality of the iron and steel that China was producing. And so when people, you know, when they were building these big skyscrapers and stuff, they were saying that the stuff was garbage. Because that's how China do. Now, people, one thing I can say about China, People think that they're brilliant. I'm not going to say that they're not smart. I'm not going to say that they're not intelligent. But all of the knowledge that they have gotten from right here, the Americas. All they do is take proprietary information, they take it back over to their stuff and work it. And a lot of the times it's still subpar because they're trying to cut corners and make it as cheaply as possible to sell volume versus quality. But make no mistake about it. All of the inventions, majority of the inventions around the world come from right here, the Americas. And it is farmed out over the world, specifically China. That's even how Japan stood up. Its whole manufacturing, they got all of that stuff from right here. Japan literally came over to the U.S. and like the Ford plants and what's the other, GM and all of that. They would send their people over here to study how the U.S. was making its cars, how their manufacturing process worked. Now, the smart thing that Japan did, that China could never get together because it's their mindset, not so much that they don't know how, it's that they prefer volume over quality. What Japan did, they took the U.S. process and they refined it. And they made it smarter. They made it leaner on down to the machinery, on down to how many people are on the factory line. And Japan came out with the process that made their cars really, really good. And that's what knocked Ford and GM on their asses because they beat them in quality. And so when I think it was a PBS special or something like that, and when they were asking, well, how did Japan, this was back in the day when Japan, like the Nissans and them, had knocked Ford and GM on their ass, and they were like, well, how did you all do it? And so the one gentleman said, well, we visited the U.S. factories back in the 70s, and then we came back in the 90s. And it could have been even before that. It could have been the 60s that they first visited. And he said that what shocked him was that nothing had changed from the way they were making their cars. So they took the process and they had been studying it since the first time they came over all the way up until they started beating them out. And they tweaked that process. So that's how they beat the U.S. And so then the U.S. had to turn around because, Ford almost went bankrupt. GM almost went bankrupt. So then they had to wind up recruiting people, paying big money, stealing some of Japan's car people over to the U.S. to teach them that entire process. And so the U.S., as far as Ford and GM, they had to totally turn their manufacturing process upside down to catch up with the quality of cars that were being put out by Japan. So they finally, now they got to the point where they caught up. But look how much market share they have lost. And the perception now is people would rather drive a foreign car than mess with an American car. That perception is still in people's mind, although when you put them side by side, they're probably on equal footing. Okay, so I just kind of wanted to give that history on that. Speaking of, here's motor vehicle companies. American Motor Company, General Motors, Cadillac Motor Company, Carolina Cadillac Company, Studebaker, Carriages and Wagons. So even back up in the day, they was getting it in with the carriages and wagons. Insurance companies, home insurance company, Mutual Life, Old American Insurance of Kansas, and William and Gregory Insurance. Tobacco. So y'all should know, being indigenous people, y'all know that some of our ancestors started doing business with the Dutch with tobacco and furs. Okay? So here come these pesos over here on the Americas. Now, as far as I remember properly, you have to grow tobacco in the soil. Unless I'm missing something. So you mean to tell me, yet again, we let someone come over here and utilize the land to grow soil, to grow things. You're talking billion-dollar businesses. And melanated people, indigenous people didn't benefit? What kind of business deal was that the ancestors were doing? So you have R.J. Reynolds. They are the biggest. George W. Helm, American Tobacco, and Regalia de la France's Cigar Company. Watch companies, Elgin National, National Elgin, whatever. Illinois Springfield, American Waltham, the Centennial, and the Waterbury. Land and real estate companies. Alabama Mineral, Land Company of New York, Woodgen Plantation, Bondurant Plantation, leased to the St. Louis San Francisco Railroad, T.M. Hughes Real Estate Agency, Lancaster, South Carolina. Food and other households. So hopefully you all are getting a gist of all of these industries that the pursuers are involved in. And again, this is only 1/3 of their holdings, and this is only what we know as of 1980. Food and other household goods, Gale, Gordon, Eagle brand, the Genesis or Genovese Pure Food Company, General Foods. Okay. Oh, okay. I didn't know. That used to be named that, and then now it's General Foods. Heinz Pickle Company. Now, y'all remember, damn, I said this before. What's the guy that ran against, who did he run against? I think he ran against Bush Jr. Tall guy. Kerry. You know his wife is supposed to be the heiress to Heinz. Oh, really now? That's a pursuer company. So her family does not own that. They are just the representative for Heinz. Quaker Oaks, y'all. United Fruit Trading Company. The formerly Amar Meat Packing Company. Lancaster Hardware. I don't know who that is. Mamie Hot Department Store. Bibbs Stove and Range. Swift and Company. The Wilson Spice. Cleveland's Baking Powder Company. White Mountain Ice Cream Freezer Company. Arbuckle Brothers Coffee Company. King's Buckwheat Flour Company. Luster Cleaning Company. Lincolnton Drug Company. Oh, that became Rexall. Wow. Fleming Brothers Cologne. Damn. Okay. Colgate and them. Bowl Brothers Manufacturing. Terrence Seltzer Company. Celluloid Eyeglasses. So they got a patent, whatever that patent is for. Steel and Price Manufacturing Company, yeast flavoring extracts, Brown's Iron Bitters, Richmond Heater Company, excuse me, the wood burning heaters, Charles Banks Furniture Company, Pilobet and Company, Standard Brand Organs. Oh, okay, so the playing organs. Okay. Elred Magnese Manufacturer Company became the Baldwin Hall, then King Corporation, who declared bankruptcy in 1993 due to the asbestos lawsuit. Yeah, I remember that King Corporation. Boston Rubber Shoe Company. Y'all see this? Sears and Roebuck. Miscellaneous companies. Colt Firearms. I'm surprised they list Standard and Oil. Y'all see this though? Standard Oil Company, Exxon, BF Goodrich. Damn, the damn paint company. Sherwin Paint Them, Fort Mill, Catawba Fertilizing Company, Lancaster Manufacturing, Western Union, y'all. Ashley Phosphate Fertilizer, Steamship British Manhattan, Lancaster Mercantile Company, Pearl Powder Company, H. Robertson and Company, Walter A. Wood. I don't know what Knapp Company is. I don't know what the Scott and Brown another manufacturing though. Brenthal and Newman. So I don't know what these companies represent, what industry they represent. Bimbo Brothers Stores, Rochester Photo Press. I don't know what Newman is. I don't know what any of those company. Y'all see this? You see Bear and Company, Bear Aspirin. So you know Bear is just a conglomerate within itself. Okay, so I don't know what these next ones represents from an industry perspective. There's another manufacturing company. There's another silver company up in there. There's another paper mill. There's the paper mill. And I don't know what these companies represent. So it says, in order to keep the true ownership hidden from the government and the public, all of the companies, almost all of the railroads across the United States were merged into a new Southern Railway merger of 1906 that J.P. Morgan helped orchestrate for the pesos. So are y'all getting it now? The Southern Railway, which contained almost all of the railway companies, was hidden in one little insignificant short railway line that was called the Lancaster and Chester Railway Company. The family joke is that they own a little railroad company by the name of L&C. So y'all get it? Lewis and Cass. Pursuer, but L&C Railway Company, and it has a spur line called Southern Railway, which is ostensibly all of the railroads. They also own one other little railroad, the Shira and Chester Railroad Company. The Lancaster, I'm sorry, go ahead.
Knapp was a printing company.
Oh, was it? Okay. So controlling the press, basically.
Mm-hmm.
Child. The Lancaster. Uh-huh.
That looked like an indigenous name.
It is. It's out of South Carolina. That was a tribe. That was an indigenous tribe that they say went extinct.
But they had a railroad. They didn't bring that shit over here. We already had that shit. That's why it's still indigenous names connected to a lot of this shit.
My blood boileth either way. I don't care if we didn't have it and they came over here. I just don't appreciate that they're benefiting from it.
Exactly. But we let them. We still let them.
That's true. Oh, they still can't hear you, Brother Sean. Damn. I don't know what the...
Me either. You didn't.
I hear you fine. Okay, hold on a second. Because, yeah, nothing's changed. Okay. Yeah, they should. Okay, talk again for me, Brother Sean. Okay. All right. I mean, you choppy on my side, but I can hear you. Okay. Yeah, they're saying that you're low. And I literally have the volume turned up all the way on my side.
What about now?
Say it again.
What about now?
Can y'all hear him now? Drop a 1 if you can hear Brother Sean.
They say that's better.
Oh, okay. Okay. I was like, because I know I got your volume up and all of that jazz. Okay, that's better. Okay. And y'all know I'm louder than the MF. So he got to scream to keep up with me. I said, blah, blah. So my bad. Okay, let's, where was we saying, Brother Sean? Shit, you know I'm old and I done lost my damn train of thought.
The indigenous names.
Yeah. Yeah, so what I was saying was, I don't care if they didn't. I don't care if they did build them. I just don't appreciate that they're benefiting at all. Because how that should have went, okay, yep, I'm going to let you build that. But you're going to have to pay for the build. Plus, I'm leasing it to you. Then thirdly, I'm getting a cut on all of your profits. That's how that deal should have rolled down. And that's forever and forever and forever, ever. Just like their kings them make them deals and say, you gonna run me my ends forever and ever. That's how we should have been setting up business deals. And whoever their representative were, well, I don't give a damn nothing about your cut, bruh. You deal with the king now. But you not gonna take my cut for your cut. So I don't know what you're gonna do. So that's how them deals should have been made. So I truly wants to know who was making these deals. What I think happened once they started, few of them started marrying into the family. That's when all of the wars broke out because of these bad business deals and when they saw the Europeans trying to get over. And so ultimately, it was just stolen. I'm sorry, go ahead on, Brother Sean.
It's all fraud.
It is.
The land can't be given away. And any land rights is through the woman.
That's right.
So, I mean, let's say they did get a sister or two to sign something.
Right.
She still ain't had the authority to do that.
Sure didn't.
Not for everybody's shit.
Nope.
Only thing she can do is let a man take control of her shit.
Right. And technically, he still don't own it because it gets passed down to the maternal line.
Exactly.
So it don't matter if she don't have no daughter. God damn it, you got a niece or somebody. It don't belong. It does not belong to her. It's supposed to be passed down through the maternal side and never be sold. And all the man was supposed to do. That's why they had that term husbandry.
Mm-hmm.
When I finally learned what husbandry meant, I said, sister, y'all being cheated. Do you know what husbandry really mean? Them niggas supposed to be in the field working. That's what husbandry mean. They supposed to be building shit. That's what husbandry mean. So the man was supposed to be husbandrying the land, managing.
Mm-hmm.
No man was supposed to be negotiating a goddamn thing because he didn't own it. So it was fraud out the gate. Now, maybe the ancestors knew that it was fraud and they was trying to be nickel slick. You know what I'm saying? Well, I'm going to cut this. You know what I'm saying? I'm going to cut this deal with him. It really don't mean nothing because it really ain't my stuff. It's really my wife's and my daughter's, blah, blah, blah. I don't know. Maybe that was the case. But all we know when we, see these treaties, and we read about these treaties, there's always some man involved. So out the gate, that was fraud. So you had fraud upon fraud upon fraud.
So that nullifies it.
Absolutely.
It's not valid. There's
Absolutely.
no reason to have to file paperwork.
I ain't filing the goddamn
fraudulent court.
Nope. I ain't filing the goddamn thing.
Papers.
Exactly.
They took shit to begin with in order to incorporate those goddamn papers.
Yup.
And when you're at war and you're not willing to fight for what's yours, it ain't yours.
Indeed.
They took it. Whether they had to amalgamate with us or whatever. They didn't do any of that out of love.
Right.
They want everything we have, especially you, my beautiful sisters.
That's true.
Y'all the prize. And y'all don't want to realize that.
Which is sad. Which is really, really sad.
You subject yourself to anything and anybody when you the greatest gift on this plane.
Absolutely.
In any dimension.
Absolutely.
Why don't you see that in yourself? Why don't you want to be what you naturally are? That's the only way out of this. Mama is in higher frequencies. That's where you're supposed to be.
Yep.
She's the macrocosm. You're the microcosm. As above, so below.
That's right.
All of those sayings pertain to the divine feminine, period. There's nothing without her. Nothing. I don't care if they attribute this to the man. Some sky daddy.
That's right.
Inky and Leo. Whatever male character you want to name. They copied off of Mama. They copied off of the divine feminine. They stole her stories. It's honestly up to y'all, my beautiful sisters.
That's true.
Y'all have all the power.
Yep.
Everything goes through y'all. We can only back your play.
Right.
Until we have divine orders to move, we shouldn't. This ain't our fight. If y'all in D.C., stay the fuck away from everything. Stay in the house and protect your people.
Right.
That's it. Let them do what they gonna do. If you're in a hot zone, stay out the way. Period. It ain't our fight.
Indeed.
Our fight coming.
Indeed.
If y'all really about that, it's coming. But it's already over.
Yeah.
The only reason it's coming is because some of y'all still want to fight. With the power that you have, you gonna make it happen.
Indeed.
But make sure you fighting for the right thing.
For the right
not to
things.
remain in the system.
Right.
Your fight should be to completely annihilate it.
Indeed.
We can't make the mistakes we made as ancestors by having sympathy for motherfuckers in war. They give no fucks about us. There is no official declaration of war on us. But everything they do is designed to eliminate us. So what part of war don't you understand? I digress.
All right, now, let me get All right, Brother Sean. Well said. Okay. So, all right. So the Lancaster and Chester Railway was owned by a cotton mill by the name of Lancaster Cotton Mill, which was owned by L.C. Pasteur. The name of Lancaster Cotton Mill was changed in the 1930s to Spring Mill, but the ownership was still L.C. Pasteur. It is very important that you remember this one little paragraph. L.C. Pasteur also owned the Bank of Lancaster, which in recent years has gone on to name-changing tangent, and the last names were the North Carolina National Bank. Then it merged with itself and became as National Bank. For a short digression, research discovered that in the 1980s, George Bush became the chairman of the executive committee of the First International Bank of Houston. He also became a director of First International Bank Shares, Inc. InterFirst became the largest bank in Texas and was reportedly running speculation all over South America, China, and Europe. Later, InterFirst merged with the Republic Bank in 1987 to form First Republic Bank. Eventually, as it appears, all banks in Texas got into a non-sovereign situation, if you can believe that. The FDIC, with its connivance of the IRS, awarded the assets of First Republic Bank to North Carolina National Bank in exchange for no payment whatsoever on the part of NCNB. Why should they have to pay themselves? National Bank, which is reputedly a darling of the intelligence community, which is not quite right but makes some sense, being as the banks and CIA are owned by the railroad. Paysears also owns Southern Power Company, which is now today known as Southern Company, and owns the control of all power companies in the United States by law that states that only railroads can manufacture electricity. That is why everyone that comes up with a better and cheaper form of energy and would become a threat to the power company is put out of business. Because the railroad has a monopoly at least until the 99-year lease is up. So now they're talking about alternative energy, solar panels. Do you think now they're warming up to that because these goddamn leases is up? And how much you want to bet they already got their stakes in that as well? I'm sorry, go ahead, Brother Sean.
I was just agreeing with you.
Yeah. Yeah. And literally with the electric companies, you know, the rates are set a certain way. It's all smoke and mirrors. This proves that it's all smoke and mirrors because electric companies technically cannot just charge anything because they are trying to not make them more than a monopoly than they are. So anytime
the Federal Reserve lease was up. Didn't the Pope tell them during Obama's tenure that all the leases was up?
Yeah. Sure did. Now we know why. Now we got the proof. It's in the pudding. He sure did.
That's why they doing all this shit. It's over. They just wilding out. They have nothing to lose.
They really don't.
But everything to gain. They didn't have shit to begin with.
Sure didn't.
So they fighting to hold on to everything. And our people is complacent with being citizens in their system.
Absolutely.
I mean, even if we were going to play the game, we supposed to be collecting all the money. Shouldn't nothing be happening without us collecting?
That's right.
Nothing.
Without our cut, you're absolutely right.
A motherfucker shouldn't be able to fart without us getting a cut.
That's right. That's right. No, you farted. That's $10. Absolutely.
Right. That's global warming.
You remember when we was reading the charter for Georgia, the original charter, and King George pretty much named the motherfucking fish in the am I lying? Did he not say that the fish in the motherfucking water belong to him? He gets taxation on that. I'm not making it up. You gonna run him his ends for the motherfucking fish that come up out of the water. Hence, fishing licensing. Are y'all getting this?
Mm-hmm.
Paysears owned the Lancaster Manufacturing Company, which controlled the production of all wood products such as railroad ties, railroad cars, service poles, furniture, paper, etc. This is where the railroad land grants came in with such names as Boise Cascade, Weyerhaeuser, Crown, Zellerback. So when we were reading those charters, we saw a lot of this, y'all. Land grants. And where did them land grants come from? It came straight from those melanated European kings giving they boys them land grants, but they had to pay taxes on that land forever and ever and ever and ever. So once again, you have another European giving a land grant to these organizations that wind up becoming big. Now, I do know that Boise Cascade is a paper company. So when I think of paper, I think of trees. Motherfucker, who gave you the authority to cut down my indigenous trees? See, what they did over in Europe, specifically London, they had cut down so many trees that King James had to put a moratorium. So he had to put a halt to them cutting the trees because the poor little trees couldn't even grow fast enough. So these are the things that we are talking to the family about, of how much damage has not only been done to the indigenous people, but just to the natural precious resources itself. All we have to do is take California. We know that California had many more of them beautiful big redwood trees that's hundreds of years old. I know here in Ohio, they have documentaries of them clearing out 200, 300-year-old trees, knocking down mounds to terraform the planet. Literally, this Romanistic system has terraformed the entire planet. So the planet is... I'm sorry, go ahead.
Because California was an island.
Absolutely it was. Look it up. And the Moors, they're the master builders. They came in and they filled that motherfucking shit in. Even the coast... What you say?
They say that the island of California was actually an island of women warriors, melanated women.
Well, don't they still have the Queen of California? She still hangs up, melanated woman with locks. She still hangs up in the State House of California.
Disneyland or Disney World, whichever one is there too. They do a parade for her.
Oh, that I didn't know, because I've never been to the California one.
The opening ceremony.
But folks want to act like they don't know who the indigenous people are?
They know.
They know. Why don't we know?
Because we believe what they tell us.
Absolutely.
Even though they tell us the truth, they put it all in our faces.
Absolutely.
They try to convince us that we're from someplace else and that other motherfuckers are the people that was here at first.
Absolutely.
Even though they admit it was all kind of shitting people here when they got here.
Exactly.
But don't nobody hear them say that.
Right. That's conveniently not heard.
I mean, everybody want to be pharaohs. And that's divine feminine, actually.
You can't tell these hoteppers that.
But either way it go, they want to worship an obelisk, a phallus, They into that penis worship.
Mm-hmm.
But that's not matrilineal.
No.
That's patriarchal bullshit where you place this mysterious sky daddy that you can't see.
Right.
That don't talk to nobody.
Right.
Don't do nothing for nobody.
Right.
But mama, who you see all day, every day, that provides everything for you. You ain't got no love for her.
Right.
And you expect things to go right. She know every goddamn thing you do.
That's right.
Your every thought, everything.
Yep.
Everything that you're comprised of comes from her.
That's right.
Not some mystery daddy in the sky. But who do you love?
Yep.
And when it's not the sky daddy, it's Trump.
It's
It's
always
Biden.
somebody. Exactly.
Obama,
Mm-hmm.
Mandela,
Mm-hmm.
King,
Mm-hmm.
Malcolm X,
Mm-hmm.
Farrakhan,
Mm-hmm.
Elijah Muhammad,
Mhm.
Noble Drew Ali.
Mm-hmm.
If it's a man, there's no exemptions, period. Period. We don't do shit for real. We ain't in control of shit.
And it shows.
As a man, I admit this. I was brought up properly. I knew where the power came from in the house. I knew where all the blessings came from.
Mhm.
I knew where all the nurturing came from. The men were just enforcing her laws. If I didn't respect her, which didn't happen too often, I didn't need multiple women.
Right.
That first one set me straight.
Right.
But I knew who comforted me after that.
Yeah.
Made sure I understood what it was I did wrong. That sky daddy send you to hell forever.
Yep. Whew. Indeed.
But somebody said it sounded like I was thoroughly emasculated.
Oh, somebody said
Not
that?
at all. You're the sister warrior. Not at all.
No. No.
Not the least
No.
bit.
It's not about that at all.
It's a matter of respect. And I protect with my all. Period. Warrior of the first class. I fears nothing or no one.
Indeed.
Respect is what it is.
Indeed.
That's where bliss and peace in my life came from. Respecting the hand that brought you in this world and that feeds you, nurtures you. I didn't have to be a thug. The thugs respected me. Period. They still do. Because of the way I was raised and how I respect and protect. Period.
Indeed.
I digress.
Indeed, Brother Sean. Okay, so these companies do not own the land. They operate under leases. They do not have the right to sell railroad or timber land that they use. L.C. Paseur also owned a company by the name of the Lancaster Cotton Oil. This company started the manufacturing of fertilizer and other related items. Leroy Springs was appointed president of all of L.C. Paseur's companies to oversee them. He was also L.C. Paseur's attorney and trustee for his affairs. He was trusted with all kinds of important documents, affidavits, and secrets as to who the true owners were of these companies. Remember that it was stated earlier that the Northerners couldn't get the Southern people to work for them. So the Northerners would appoint the old ex-Confederate officer to run the companies owned by the Yankees after the Civil War and all the confiscations. That is how Leroy Springs got involved with the Lancaster Cotton Mill and the other companies. He was a manager, not an owner. Okay, so again, this is only 1/3 of the holdings. So now that you know the holdings, you know who the Paseurs are. We're going to go back a little bit further to show you where the Paseurs connect in Europe. So bear with me here. I got to find that, but I know, let me see if we still have some questions. Oh no, I guess they got tired. Oh no, we do. We have Brother 832. We haven't heard from him in a minute. Let me try to bring you on. Brother 832. Okay. All right. I'm trying, Brother 832. Let's see again. Oh, this thing is so... There we go. Peace and love, Brother 832.
Roger, my sister from another mister. Feathers up.
Feathers up, brother.
The United Snakes of America down. Sean, my brother from another mother, sitting on Mount Olympus, throwing them black lightning bolts down tonight.
Indeed, bro.
You know I want to dive both feet into this house of Paseur.
Because you know you put us up on that, but go ahead on, sweetie pie.
The official, unofficial fuckery report. Do we need to go back down memory lane to Capitol Hill?
Well, we covered that last week, but you go on and give your take. Well, not last week, last night until we was rudely interrupted. But you go ahead on and put you a little something on the fuckery report.
which may be the reason for the rude interruption.
It was a hot mess yesterday. Yeah, because it was really a hot mess. We had a really difficult time yesterday.
Let me approach it this way. Do you find it interesting that they keep reverting back to the only time that sacred property was defiled and defaced was the Brits in the War of 1812 burning down the Capitol? Did you find that interesting?
Yeah, I peeped that. Yes, I did.
Then have you, just for consideration, for contemplation, how is your take on the way the media, mainstream, white corporate arm of the white supremacist system? What's your take on how they're reporting white supremacy in general?
The little bit that I do watch, to me, it's just the same old. They're making a big deal out of it, but yet it isn't a severe enough big deal out of it, as far as I'm concerned. But it's not that I didn't expect for them. So to me,
it's like going just so far.
Exactly.
But yet and still, for example, let's just do these disconnected things, because they try to make things like an anomaly. You know, like it's a one-off, right, Sean? A lone wolf. They like to use those type of terms.
Right.
Now, again, in the context of roll back the tape to 1812 for the Capitol being defiled.
Which I was surprised they even went that far to bring that up. But go ahead on. Because didn't we have a war in 1812, if I remember properly?
With Great Britain.
Right.
We're still supposed to be at war and separate from, but it's their cousins.
Right.
Their cousins across the pond. That's what they love. We keep bowing and scraping to monarchy and now lifting up Meghan, right?
Right.
Is it Meghan the Stallion or is it Meghan Markle? Whatever.
Right, whatever, right.
The Confederate flag didn't make it into the rotunda during the Civil War. Do you know where this violator brought the Civil War flag from? I know you hip to it, Sean. I know you hip to it. You know where he brought that flag from?
Where?
Delaware. Uncle Jim Crow Joe Biden's backyard. Now, excuse me.
You mean oh boy that had the flag during the Capitol stuff?
In the rotunda.
Okay, yeah, I'm with you now.
The building. Okay. Which it did not make it there during the Civil War. I stress and underscore that. The rebel flag, the Confederate battle flag, because you know that's what that is. That's
right, that's exactly what it is. Absolutely.
Okay. Never made it into the rotunda during the Civil War.
But it
is on worldwide display, and the violator who brought it in there comes from Delaware.
Wow.
Excuse me? Sean, I know you're hip to that, right, Sean? In addition, they arrested him and his son. Okay, I'm just pointing out some examples here of this, what you would call fuckery. Right. Okay. Did you hear about the son of the Supreme Court Justice out of Brooklyn? Who's gotten arrested? Did you hear about? I don't need to name the names. I'm just pointing out examples.
Right.
Did you hear about the police chief? Doesn't matter the name of the actual police.
Yeah, I did hear about him. Yeah.
An actual police chief. Did you hear about the CEO of a corporation? Who was summarily fired, by the way? Did you hear about the elected representative from the state legislature in West Virginia? Did you see that one, Sean? That shit was hilarious. Did you see him get perp walk? Yep. Did you see who ran out behind him when he got perp walk?
Nah,
his grandmama. Not his mama. His grandmama.
So he gonna bring.
And she turns to the camera and says,
"Drag Big Mama into it."
Here's the kicker. Here's the tagline. turns to the camera and says, "Thank you, Mr. President, for inviting a riot to the Capitol." Have you seen them trot out the violated police officers now as of this morning? You saw the one crushed. You saw the one crushed and screaming and hollering, right? You saw the other one that actually was beat with the American flag. You see that one? Actually beat with the so-called stars and bars. They bum rushed his ass and was trying to get his gun while shouting, "Kill him with his own gun." Okay. Now, I'm still waiting. When the last time you heard black-on-black violence in news media reporting? That's gone somewhat by the wayside, is it, lately? Certainly in the last, since Obama Nation, I guess you could say.
Right.
So I'm still waiting on the first official reporting of white-on-white violence. This is what took place, isn't it?
Yeah, and I say it was a coup. I say it was a coup.
It was not only that; it was a failed attempted coup.
Right.
Or it was a dry run.
Right, and to go even further, like I said before, I remember a sister. She got shot up in her car with her baby, and she didn't even make it to the front little door. They shot her dead. Yeah.
Past the retaining wall. So now we getting into the borderline talk of what they say conspiracy theory, right? Now,
yeah,
so
that's a conspiracy. The sister got shot up in the car with her baby there, but yet they was able to bum rush in, beat the motherfucking security cops up, threaten to pistol whip them, cross their legs up in folks' office.
More videos and footage every day, strategically, up until the so-called inauguration.
Right, strategically is correct.
Did you see the white woman with the bullhorn hollering through the window, directing them where they can go and navigate to other, secure locations or buildings inside the structure? You saw that, John, right? You saw that.
It's just ridiculous.
Okay, we have seen the gallows. Now, again, this was not a typical noose, or you know how they say shit about hanging effigy?
Right.
Which they did how many days during the 8 years of Obama? John, could you tell me, what type of time and effort would it take to build and construct it? Because, they didn't carry that shit there, right? They had steps, did they not?
Yeah.
That took carpentry, did it not?
Yes, sir.
So they constructed a gallows on Capitol lawn, Rhonda. Are you feeling what I'm saying? Then you had the police chief of the Capitol Hill Police. First of all, within 24 hours, they fired or asked for the resignation, whichever way you want to look at it, of the actual sergeant of arms of the House and the Senate. The Capitol Police chief said, "Okay, I'll resign," but a week later, which his official resignation is until tomorrow evening. Okay? Now, we're having, and we're still waiting on this tape, no tours have been since the pandemic hit in March, correct? And they physically toured with groups of people the day before.
You got to be kidding me.
There is record. Right? There's record, because there is the request by members of Congress to do such a thing, because that's already in opposition to the policy of no tours, right?
Right.
And then we have surveillance footage, don't we? Of them roaming the halls the day before. I think they call that casing the joint, don't they, Ron?
Yeah, that's what they call it. Absolutely.
I mean, I'm just making observations, my brother and my sister. I'm just, if you like to say psyops, sister, it's a setup. I agree with you on what you're saying. You describe as a psyop, but we're the ones that continue to be set up. You feel me?
Yeah.
And then we're supposed to be fed this bullshit about. Now, here again, how many people did we watch escorted out, not handcuffed, not arrested?
That's true.
Not perk walk.
Not
These
tased,
motherfuckers
beat
walked out
down,
like
and dragged out.
this looked like they left the Super Bowl, the Stanley Cup, and the Major League Baseball final all in one.
Right.
And then they went and had a fucking tailgate. Kegger. Now, put another slip on it. Did you see the fools on the plane? I know you did.
Yeah.
Did,
Yep. I saw that.
Did you hear the story about one pilot who came over to PA and said, I'm about to divert this shit to Kansas City and deplane all you motherfuckers? That's how rowdy they were. Have you seen the reporting of at least 5 airlines and their fines and penalties in response to this? Upwards of $35,000 in fine and prison time. You know, I mean, we could keep going. Or we could talk about what? The laundry list of companies that are supposedly snatching their donations from the Republican Party.
Right.
Are the specific one that's amusing to me. This grifter in chief, you know, it's $200 million still counting for the election fraud defense case, right? Defense fund to file these lawsuits where they've lost 64. I think they showed those stupid ass Count Dracula, you know, Uncle Rudy, wannabe mobster Giuliani, where it's 1 and 64. What kind of record is 1 and 64?
Right.
Do you know the corporation that was being used online to fleece motherfuckers? You heard of Stripe? They bailed. Right, Sean? Amazon deplatformed Parler. That's the alt-right Twitter.
Okay.
It was.
They shut them down.
But check this out. Did you hear the news on Gab? Are you hip to Gab, Rhonda?
Yeah, they shut them down too.
Who the hell is
But do you
Gab?
know what they supposedly did before Gab, though, Sean? Did you know that they loaded up the entire history of Trump on Twitter? Did you hear that part of the story?
What?
They had backed up all of his Twitter history up until the moment they suspended their account. Now, explain that to me, Ron. I'm just saying, you know, this is the fuckery report. Maybe explain that to me. And by the way, Gab is like, you ever heard of 4chan, 8chan? I think it's called 8kun now or whatever. I know you know Reddit.
Yeah, no Reddit, yeah.
Well, they all layers underneath each other, right, Sean?
Okay.
Yep.
Okay.
Now, when we get these corridors of where these white supremacists, white nationalists, militia, boogaloo bastard wannabe motherfuckers, okay? Because you know the Oath Keepers, the Southern Poverty Law Center, and the FBI has called them the worst of the worst, have they not, Sean?
Yep.
Yes, sir.
Yes, they have.
And they plan not just a race war, they plan and strategically are going at kidnapping officials, holding them hostage, and public execution, right? Isn't that a little bit of their ski taste of their agenda? So, my sister, after having laid all that out, how do you put that in the fever of a flavor for the House of Pesor?
It's just this. All of this stuff is just.
Where you were at that, now I don't know which one you were reading at because I'm looking at 2 different versions. I was looking at the anonymous conservative version of it. Did you have the continuing part of the story with David Icke's book, The Biggest Secret?
No.
Family origin?
No. I have the Bloodline of the Illuminati one, but I don't have the second one.
Okay, let me just share these paragraphs for you.
Please
This
do.
is the lead part here. And I don't know where the book is, and this might have been what Sandra was referring to since she's not with us tonight. But I think this is the David Icke book that she keeps bringing up, called The Biggest Secret. After the revolutionaries executed King Louis XVI, you know, the famed Louis XVI, and Queen Marie Antoinette.
Oh, yeah, that's what I'm about to read now.
I do not know why they put... Okay, so that was the next portion. You do have that part going down forward after this.
Yeah, and it goes to the ORIG in the next paragraph to escape.
Why do they have in parentheses Ramses, Piso, and Bush? Now, it'd be only speculation to bring that up. But they put that behind King Louis XVI and Queen Marie Antoinette. Famous, let them eat cake.
Yep,
Quote,
let them eat cake.
Before they beheaded her ass.
Mm-hmm. Took her straight on out.
Her son, Crown Prince Louis, still a toddler, was placed under house arrest at the Paris Temple.
Mm-hmm.
2 years later, he was smuggled out in a laundry basket by his doctor, Dr. Naudin. The retarded nephew of the Marquis de Jarget was substituted, and he died in 1795. Now, keep that in mind, that timeline, 1795.
Mm-hmm.
The prince was secretly taken to the Vendée Palace and given sanctuary by Prince Conde. He was later moved to a fortress on the River Rhine, where he lived under the name of Baron de Richemont. He arrived in England in February 1804 with the former royal paymaster of France, George Peysseur.
Bing, ding, 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 ding.
And was protected by King George III, the monarch at the time of the American War.
I'm sipping my water. Go on and read it now.
The prince changed his name again to Daniel Peysseur.
Tell it now.
While George Peysseur became George Peysseur. King George III gave the prince, now Daniel Peysseur, a ship and awarded George Peysseur 600 acres of land in North Carolina. And we must keep in mind the significance of North Carolina. Not Virginia, North Carolina. When they arrived in America, they were given help by the Body family, who were related to the British monarch. Before leaving England, the prince bought, now this is Prince Daniel Peysseur, bought shares in the Virginia Company. Now again, remember, we're talking about somewhere between 1804 and the first and second decade, which is leading into the Indian killer, Andrew Jackson, which is 25 years before the Indian Removal Act of 1830, right? Before leaving England, the prince bought shares in the Virginia Company, and once in America, he acquired gold mines, including the Gold Hill Mining Company, which he purchased secretly using a trustee, George Newman, as his front man or proxy. With the invention of the steam engine, Peysseur began to build railroads and lease them to operating companies. He also established the Lancaster Manufacturing Company to produce timber for railroad products, and the Lincolnton Iron Company, which later located in Chicago and formed two subsidiaries, Carnegie Steel and Pullman Standard Company. And I'll share this last paragraph and then say what it was that came to mind that I wanted to bring up to you tonight. What strikes me in the face immediately is, why the conspiracy to protect him? It even extended to the King of England, who bent over backward to protect him. And then, as if that was not enough, the king works to elevate him to the highest levels of society, despite his being the blood relative of a supposedly rival superpower's former leadership, that is the King and Queen of France, right? The king gave him a ship and 600 acres in America, sent him forth as if he were an agent with full state support. When he arrived in the United States, another powerful family related to the monarchy helped him to advance through society effortlessly. Where did all this money for investing come from? Why can you assume his investment decisions were all made with the most sensitive intelligence and never in any doubt of being successful? Now, I'll just put a pin in that there.
Go on and testify.
And who is David Icke anyway? And why is he able to write such a book about an ethereal name that until recently was never really in consideration?
Yep.
And you have repeatedly pointed out, and just that laundry list you share was only one of 3 trusts.
Yep.
So we have no idea the other 2, right?
Exactly.
Other than this particular document. And this particular document you're referring to is that the death of Louis Cass Pasteur,
Pasteur.
I believe in 1939, was it?
Yep, 1939.
When he died, and this will became. So from 1804 to 1939, from Daniel Pasteur to Louis Cass Pasteur.
Yep.
A single ship and 600 acres. To what did you cover on just that one? And here's something else I wanted you to consider when I was listening to you talk about the railroads. Did you know, I did not know until rereading this again, that all electricity is not authorized but through railroad entities. Did you know that?
I didn't know it until I got up into this information. My mouth dropped. I did not know that.
And how did that come about? Now, here's my suggestion. This is just my little, ignorant Negro Indian observation. Okay. The steam engine became from the steamboat to the steam rail. Didn't they used to refer to the railroad engine as the iron horse, Sean? Did they not?
Yeah, they did.
Colloquialism. So steamboat power turned into steam engines and railroads, right?
I think I know where you're going with this, and I like it.
And
go ahead.
Steam as energy evolved into, what did Nikola Tesla use?
Tell it.
What did he use his power source to create this alternate version of what we call AC current today? Did he use the Niagara Falls?
Tell it now. Tell it. Testify.
Did not the power of the falls create the steam turbine? And Sean, I don't know. Please correct me.
You hit it on the head. Yes, that's it. Absolutely. No, you cracked the code, because I was trying to make the connection, but the steam makes absolute sense. And if you go look up to how electricity is generated to this day, steam and a turbine is a huge part of that.
It's still the fundamental
creation
of it.
Absolutely.
So how do you create the steam? Burning fucking coal?
And to be honest, I don't even think they burn as much as they say they do.
You put in a goddamn nuclear rod?
Yeah, they do. That part they do.
Radiation on my ass? Now, I'm sorry, but I'm perplexed. I'm confused. Sean, my brother from another mother. Nikola Tesla, was this wild-eyed, crazed Eastern European motherfucker so-called genius? Was he supposedly creating wireless electricity out of the ethers?
Yes, he was.
I don't know. Well, which was it? Was it that, or was it the motherfucking waterfalls of Niagara? And was the potential business model of shooting, that's the coils, the Tesla coils, right? Shooting electrical charges wirelessly? I don't know. I'm just asking.
Right.
And the actual combat, you familiar with Westinghouse, right? Westinghouse was supposedly the backer of Tesla, right? Who was the backer of the criminal Thomas Edison?
Wasn't it
John Pierpont Morgan?
Yes, I was going to say either Rockefeller or Morgan.
Morgan. And why, dare I ask, might that be the case? And why J.P. Morgan Chase is still the number one bank in America?
Testify now. Tell it.
Where is Westinghouse? Do you know? And it actually doesn't matter if what you have now started laying out here, as you said about cracking the code, if Pacer, and again, we ain't got but 1/3.
Right. This is only 1/3. Exactly.
And this 1/3 is the railroad industry. From sea to shining sea.
Yep.
The bank industry. The cotton seed and cotton crop and cotton mill. The timber, which is all along what? Along what? The eminent domain
Yep.
of the right-of-way of the railroad tracks?
Mm-hmm.
On whose land?
Indigenous peoples.
I don't know. Like I said, I'm confused. Whose ass we need to roll up on? Fuck Rockefeller.
That's the point I'm making. Exactly.
And the example that you use, and this is what keeps it's irritating the fuck out of me. When you started this discussion, people don't know simple math. There was only 50,000 shares.
Yep.
And he only broke off
5.
He broke off 5,000 to create. What did you put out? Only 1/3 of the laundry list.
Yep. Only 1/3 of it.
And those 5,000 shares are the umbrella controlling interests of all of those corporate businesses, commerce, and enterprises, which really translate into industries with a big I.
Indeed.
And they all do not have what type of stock? Are they voting stock? Are they controlling interest stock? I mean, I don't know. Sean, please straighten me out, bro.
Nope.
I'm confused as fuck.
No, you're not. Keep going, bro.
All right. Each one of the 5,000 shares, I don't care how you want to use it. One share out of the 5,000 is carved up how many times for how many companies within how many industries.
Exactly.
That one share is covered over all of the businesses. And then on the stock market, what motherfucking shares of stock are they trading? Oh, brother, my brother, from the, please help me. Please help me.
You're doing just fine, bro.
Okay, so this is a motherfucking Ponzi scheme.
Absolutely.
Isn't that the word
At the highest level. Absolutely.
So you have papered up shit. You have created, what do they call those certificates and shit? That big fancy ass fucking paper and shit. Who's seen the last one of those in the stock market since the 1920s?
Yeah, I know.
Who has seen a certificate of stock in 100 years from 1920 to 2020? Who has seen one, Rhonda?
It's been a lot. Maybe our grandmothers and great grandmama and them, but you sure don't get them now.
What the fuck is an IPO?
Initial public offering.
Is an IPO.
Mm-hmm.
And we're sitting on the threshold where these motherfuckers break IPOs, and on the day the bell rings, the motherfuckers are billions of dollars?
Go on and testify now. Go on and talk about it.
Billions of dollars?
Mm-hmm.
Based on what?
Exactly.
Now let's look at Tesla for a second, since we took the
But
road
and let's not forget, with those IPOs, people had already made millions before the shit went public.
But again, what I'm asking is, they're trading on what?
Exactly.
All of these people who think they have certificates of stock, I'm using a specific language, certificates of stock in publicly held corporate, isn't that the term that they use?
Mm-hmm.
Publicly held. Who does the average Joe Blow, ignorant motherfucker that makes less than $75,000, who thinks they have a pension fund or an IRA or a retirement plan or a mutual fund or a portfolio, what the fuck is in there?
That's why they keep taking them to the cleaners. Why you think they keep wiping that shit out? Because it never really existed from the get-go. It's been sold and resold and resold and recut and resold and recut and resold.
Now, funny you should say that now. Okay, explain to me about a mortgage there. Explain to me about a fucking mortgage on a house.
Right.
How many times has that shit flipped and so?
Yep.
Didn't the last crash of 2007, 2008 was based on derivatives?
Yep.
It was based on credit default swaps.
Yep.
It was based on, what did they call those motherfucking mortgages?
What did they call those mortgages?
The bitches like Megan Thee Stallion that was on the motherfucking pole and shit. You saw
Yeah.
the movie The Big Short.
The Big
right?
Short. I love that movie. I saw it 4 or 5 times.
What did they call those mortgages that they gave motherfuckers who didn't even have an address?
I forgot what they called them.
Or showed no papers, no back. Sean, help me. You know what I'm talking about.
Yeah,
what they call those?
Because one guy said his a loan was in his dog's name, if I remember. Prime. Is it the Prime sub loans? Somebody put Prime.
Subprime lending.
Yeah, subprime. Thank you, Sister Nari. Yes, subprime lending. Yep.
And what was the other acronym? ARM. Adjustable rate mortgage.
Yep, adjustable rate. Yep.
Now,
Give them that introductory rate and then
now, again,
jack it up.
I'm confused as fuck. I'm like this ignorant Negro Indian. I'm asking. They roll these motherfuckers up in houses that were $250,000 or more. Bitch ain't got a job.
Yep.
But they got a house.
Yep.
Right? Can't pay. Got a low interest rate.
Yep.
That's going what? Adjustably higher go what?
Right.
Up. Then they package this motherfucking funky ass paper.
Right.
This shit was worse than junk bonds. You remember junk bonds? Michael Milken, Ivan Boesky.
Yep.
Remember those criminal motherfuckers?
Yep.
Right?
Back in the 90s, if I remember. Yep.
What did they do with that funky ass mortgage paper?
They wrapped them up, bundled them up, and sold them bitches.
You know what they call it with that
Sure did. Didn't the credit? Yep, the credit agencies stamped that shit as A. Absolutely.
So-called fucking
absolutely, they did. Absolutely.
They package them up in volume because you're talking about all across all 50 states.
Exactly.
Right? Then they put it in this shit they called the derivative.
Sure did.
And credit swap defaults, whatever the fuck they created.
Right.
Words.
Right.
Terminologies and shit. And then they sold that shit to who? We kind of remember these motherfuckers that got bellied up and shit. Countrywide.
Yep.
Wachovia.
Mm-hmm.
AIG
was the insurer for all of it. Or did I just not remember that properly?
I don't know. I'm just asking.
Yeah, they were the insurer of those derivatives, which AIG is the largest insurance agency. And that's why that shit collapsed and they had to step in and bail it out because the world went bust.
Now today, January 15th, 2021, the date of Michael King Jr. Do you know who has 75, maybe trillion dollars of that shit today? You know who that is, Sean? Douchebag. I'm sorry. Deutsche Bank.
Which they was in trouble. Child, I can't. So we already know.
Do you understand what I'm saying?
You know I do. I told people.
The largest bank in
I told
the
people.
European
I told them
Union.
it's coming. I told people it is coming again. I told them. Absolutely. Yes, it is.
German bank.
Yes, it is.
And what the fuck did Germany try to do not once but twice in World War I and World War II? Take the world to the motherfucking brink.
Right.
Then maybe Deutsche Bank, no, whatever the fuck. The $75 trillion portfolio of derivatives.
Right. Because the housing market is in a bubble again, just like 2007, 2008. And when you try to tell people this, they look at you like you fucking crazy. I'm like, okay, you're going to get caught up. You go out there if you want to. Just because they say you can get a loan don't mean you should be involved in that shit. But it's the same thing all over again because it's all built on a Ponzi scheme. They already know that the shit is collapsed. It never recovered from '07. Let's be real. They gonna shut the shit down for good and switch over to crypto. But I'm sorry, go ahead, brother.
In America, it was called Hooverville, right? Motherfuckers was living in Shantytown and had wheelbarrows of fucking dollar bills, greenbacks, salt, daddy warbucks, whatever, to buy a loaf of bread. And they called it Weimar's Germany, did they not? Weimar's Germany preceded Chancellor Adolf Hitler, right? Between 1933 and 1936. Please correct me, Sean, if I'm fucked up on the timeline.
These schemes.
Okay, a British criminal, a German criminal. Who the fuck is this motherfucker in the occupying the people's house? DRUMPF? I mean, did this motherfucker lie about being Scandinavian? Did he?
German.
I mean, he even lied about it. But well, yeah, technically you're talking about a generic term there. But I'm talking about motherfucker said he was Swedish.
You mean the PeopleSoft software?
I'm talking about Fred Trump. You know what I'm saying.
Okay.
Called himself of Swedish origin because he did not want to offend the Jews he was fleecing in his first enterprise. The suburbs today. Do you remember the name Levittown?
Yeah.
In New Jersey.
The houses, the suburban
and Donald
houses.
John Trump, even up until the day he walked into the people's house, was still claiming his ass the same lie was of Swedish descent. You feel what I'm saying?
But we know he's German, though.
Yeah, well, we know his granddaddy got run out of motherfucking Austria as a coward.
Exactly.
Okay. And it runs in the blood, right? Okay. So, when can we get a clue? Can we? Possibly. And then none of this shit are we responsible for.
No.
Why the fuck we keep attaching ourselves to this shit?
Exactly. That's the point.
So I'm sorry, but my sister, I didn't call in to just blow up.
No, I'm glad you did because you actually read the section we were about to go over. But just to reiterate, can you again give the connection of the pursuers to Louis and them's ass? Just if you can just read that little...
The first paragraph.
Thank you.
After the revolutionaries executed King Louis XVI and Queen Marie, let them eat cake, Antoinette. Her son, Crown Prince Louis, still a toddler, was placed under house arrest at the Paris Temple. Now this baby is under house arrest. That's cold as hell. You a baby. I guess that make him about 5.
Right.
2 years later, he was smuggled out in a laundry basket. Damn, it sounds like Moses.
Yeah, don't it sound like Moses? Exactly.
By his doctor, Dr. Nauden, the retarded nephew of the Marquis de Jarget, was substituted for the prince, and the retarded nephew died in 1795. So then you're covering the trail, I guess, on paper.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? The prince was secretly taken to the Vendée Palace and given sanctuary by Prince Condé. He was later moved to a fortress on the river Rhine. Now, excuse me, isn't the Rhine River in Germany? Where he lived under the name of Baron de Richemont. Finalized with this paragraph. He arrived in England in February 1804 and with the former royal paymaster of France, George Payseur. So I guess we have to start with him and where was he in the French hierarchy as the paymaster of the government, and was protected by King George III, the monarch at the time of the American War of Independence. The prince changed his name again to Daniel Payseur, while George Payseur became George Bayshore. And we need to look that name up when it got here in North Carolina, because George Bayshore was given by King George III He gave Daniel Payshore a ship and awarded George Bayshore 600 acres of land in North Carolina. And I'm sure the Empress Vera Diassi Turner Gostin L. Bay would definitely have something to say about that. When they arrived in America, they were given help by the Body family, who were related to the British monarchy. So those are three names, I think. Paysore, Bayshore, and Body. Bodie. Body or Bodie?
Bodie, yeah, either way, yeah. Yeah. But funded by
by King George.
Exactly.
Now, not only was funded by him directly, he also bought stock in the Virginia Company.
Hello.
Which is the first criminal enterprise.
Yep. They motherfucking asses next up on the docket. They next.
So I don't know, but after all is said and done, and if we identify and lay out the laundry list, we already got the crimes. Queen Cheryl, greetings, blessings be upon her, laid it out in the Declaration, have all the violations. All we're doing is racking and stacking a little bit more.
Mm-hmm.
But as they say, when it's last call for alcohol, you ain't got to go home, but you got to get the hell up out of here. And I yield.
Thank you, brother. Thank you, brother 832. I am so glad he came in and put something on it that literally lined up to what I was just about to go over. So that was perfect. And he had a little bit more details because he's reading directly from the source. And I'm only reading an excerpt. So thank you, brother 832. And again, thank you for putting me up on the Paysours. Because had you not said anything, and I know you well enough now to know, if you tell me something twice, I'm going to look into it. If you mention it the third time, I know, oh, goddamn, it's something deep. So I got that message when you mentioned it twice. I said, let me look in the Paysour. My mouth just, I'm still speechless. I'm still speechless. So now we know how this stuff was quote, quote, funded. I told you this stuff still leads back to the crown. I told y'all that. I told you that it's an empire. So while you focus on the faces or the representatives or the trustees or the CEOs and the presidents, that's not who the hell you're supposed to be focused on. All right. Thank you, brother 832. All right. One last thing. Let me shut some of this down because I got the Virginia Company's ass on here too. I know we taking a lot longer tonight, family, but we had to go through it. We literally had to go through it. Now, thank you for my mods. I see that we had quite a few people. At one point, we had over 100 people in the chat. We only have 48 likes. We need y'all to get them likes up. That is courtesy when you are coming in somebody's home. And even if you don't like the material, hit the dislike. But we need to get the likes and or dislikes up. So when you are in somebody's home, show the courtesy, that you appreciate the work or whatever. And even if you don't disagree, I'm cool. If you disagree, I'm cool with the downs too. That doesn't bother me either. All right, y'all. Let's get to this Virginia Company. Baby. This goes back further. But by now, if y'all rocking with me, if you're rocking with Brother Kuimeo, if you're rocking with Brother Legendary Top Cat, this Virginia Company should not be new to you. All right? So I wanted to just bring this little piece in to see how the Paysours tie into Virginia, that Virginia Company. Okay, so the charter to the Virginia Company granted by King James provided for the incorporation of two companies, the London Company and the Plymouth Company. It was the London Company that established the first permanent English colony in the Americas. Y'all see that? King James, that Stuart, that melanated man. Okay, so again, anybody want to act like they don't know that melanated people founded this stuff? I bring this brother's work up often because he summarizes it quite nice. The Negro Question, Part 6, The 13 Black Colonies by Lee Cummings. All of those kings, those European monarchs, were melanated. So that even includes King George's behind. That includes Louis, Marie Antoinette. She could have been mulatto, whatever the case may be. The other King Louis, I call him King Pimpalicious, that built Versailles and bankrupted them. Yeah, all of them were melanated. All right. It was the London Company that established the first permanent English colony in America. The expedition of 120 settlers who left England in December 1606 made their first landfall at Cape Henry April 29, 1607, and planted at a colony, Jamestown, May 14. As is always the case, the passage of time and the development of the technology of the time gradually brought the prospect of travel to the New World closer to the average man off the street. In anticipation of the flood of people to the New World, which was in a time not too far off, inevitably, in order and to take advantage of the possibility for the trade and commerce, which would then be afforded in 1604, a group of prominent statesmen, businessmen, merchants, financiers, and manufacturers assembled in Greenwich in the county of Kent, England, to create and form a corporation, joint stock company, and body politic, which would be known to be called the Virginia Company. So remember, I told y'all this shit was about commerce from the start. And it's still about commerce. Given that the New World was an extension of the British Empire. Again, given that the New World was an extension of the British Empire. So why in the hell would we think today that it still is not an extension of an empire? Across the seas and the colonies formed therein were operating under the auspices of the Virginia Company. The criminal courts in the new colonies were therefore and thereby to operate under admiralty law, the law of the sea. The civil courts, those of chancery and equity, were to operate under common law, the law of the land. All right, so those are of you that are into private and public, y'all know what time it is, up and down. Y'all know what that is. The criminal courts of the United States still operates under admiralty law. Purpose of Virginia Company. As are all corporations of business organizations, the Virginia Company was formed for several purposes, the primary one of which was to make a profit. Other secondary purposes were to afford various and sundry people from royalty to commoner the opportunity to invest in the shares of the corporation in the hope of making a profit. by dividend or capital gain, or simply the enjoyment of the fruit of their labors. Okay, so that kind of goes back to what Brother 832 was hinting about how today, when stocks are sold on the market, what are you really getting? Okay, because it's the hopes that you'll make a capital gain. It's just the hopes that you will. All right. And the opportunity and vehicle for the raising of venture capital to support various adventure-oriented enterprises of exploration and settlement. The Virginia company, given that its primary stockholder and chief executive or CEO was none other than the King James I, King of England, Scotland, France, and Ireland, on the date of April 10th, 1606, had at its disposal all kinds and types of legal, commercial, and other experts and consultants who were ready and willing to offer their services in the service of the company and therefore the crown. I told y'all out the gate that this shit was set up for the purpose of commerce, for the benefit of the crown, the kings and them, forever and ever and ever, ever, ever. And his boys, them. I'm sorry, go ahead.
What you say that date was?
1606, April 10th.
King James did the Bible thing, right?
When did he come out with that version of the Bible? Shit, I didn't forget.
Now, I'm just saying, considering he was around as recently as the 1600s.
Right.
And he the one controlling the narrative of that book before it ever hits here.
Come on, walk with, like they in the comments saying, walk with it. Come on now, I'm in the choir. Go on, Pastor Telly. Well, go ahead.
How, again, is that book so ancient and the total truth about everything in existence when it came with charters and all type of bullshit?
1611. Thank you, sis. Yes, 1611 is when it was published. Yeah. Uh-huh.
But that's God's word.
Right.
I mean, the shit our people fall for is right here. They keep excellent records.
Excellent. Excellent.
It's commerce. It's about their money.
Yep.
So they're going to keep
excellent records. You better believe it.
So, considering they keep such good records, they already know who you are, who we are.
Exactly.
They know exactly
who you are.
They're taking from.
Absolutely. You better believe they know.
All this shit that we finding on the computer ain't just pop up on the computer by itself. Somebody had to put all this shit on there.
Exactly.
So, all of this basically is evidence of their fraud.
Absolutely.
That's their own downfall. They kept good records.
Yeah. Yes, they did.
So they know who land they own. They know who the descendants are. Because we give them our blood. We give them everything. They asked for that shit for a reason.
Absolutely.
Just like they monitoring all our shit now to see who know about their land patents and all this shit.
That's right.
But we still can't come together enough to defend shit. Because we're still divided about who's going to rule us.
Exactly.
They have it clearly written.
Yep.
They have this spell well written that you're supposed to be obedient forever and ever.
Right. While they getting ends ran to them off of your shit forever and ever and ever, ever.
And then they give you a book that say you're supposed to love your enemy and turn the other cheek. And in that same book, it tells you to give to Caesar what's his.
Joe do.
Break Caesar off his shit.
Off his shit. Joe do.
Your God of choice
Telling
told
that.
you're supposed to give Caesar what's his.
That's right.
And y'all do it. We all do it. Shit, we gotta survive in this bitch.
Right. Right.
But when are we gonna stop surviving and start thriving in what's already ours?
Exactly.
It ain't that we got to take something back. It never left us.
Right.
We never left. They didn't have enough time to get rid of us.
Right.
They still figuring out shit. While we arguing and debating each other over dumb shit, they still got programs going on. They digging up all over America.
Yep.
To this very fucking day, they digging up our shit. Some of y'all got to see these film crews and everything in your area. Nobody asks what's going on. What the fuck they doing on your land?
Right.
Digging up your ancestors?
Right.
And claiming them to be African?
Right.
Or aliens?
Right.
They will say that we're anything
but who we are.
Right. They'll tell you you're Atlantean, a Lemurian, you're from Pleiades, whatever alien name that you can come up with, they throw around on the internet.
Right.
They want you to claim everything for being indigenous to Mama.
That's right.
Even though they repeatedly tell you through all these stories that it was somebody here when they came and started their experiment.
Yep.
Who did you think that was? I mean, Anunnaki too. They're not indigenous to here. They tell you that.
Yeah, they're not. They not. And folks worshiping them. And I say they don't have nothing coming either. Because if you go by their mythology, didn't they come terraforming? Now I'm just going by the mythology that they put out. Did they not come here terraforming?
Yeah.
Oh, okay then.
Everybody
Okay.
in the universe is here. And if you go back to some of the older stories about how they all ganged up on Mama.
Absolutely. Because she had all of the resources.
So, them saying that they coming back to help now, like I said last night, means what?
Right.
Y'all in on this shit.
Yep.
they still ain't even acknowledging who the fuck we are. But
Yep.
all this goddamn disclosure and this, that, and the other supposed to be going on. This reset where everybody can fucking get along. This, that, and the other. All this new technology and this, that, and the other, but ain't nobody talking about planting no motherfucking trees.
Exactly.
Nothing
Mm-mm. Nope.
organic.
Mm-mm. Nope.
Nobody wanted to be in the Jetson age.
Yep.
Flying cars, flying this, flying that. At the
Yep.
expense of mama's other children
Tell it now.
that y'all don't seem to give a fuck about.
None.
She give a fuck. That's why they here.
Exactly.
But y'all gonna go after the space age and the Jetsons, new technology, allegedly and supposedly, even though it's all emulating you.
Right.
You don't understand. And you're still seeking something outside
Of self. Yep.
I wonder how they happen. How come you're not able to manifest anything?
Right.
Why you can't focus? You're not balanced.
Indeed.
If you ain't on mama's frequency, period.
Yep.
All the rest of this is bullshit.
Yep.
It's about your soul. We seem to keep forgetting that. But even through all of this, they keep telling you it's about your soul.
Yes, they do.
These very patriots are saying a lot of the same shit we say. Talking about 5D, elevate your frequency, manifest and shit. They even said Jesus is the head of the Sarah, that he on the spaceship with the alien. I mean, don't that sound something like Pharaoh, Muhammad, and Elijah being on the mother wheel?
Yeah, because they push that doctrine. York pushed that doctrine. Oh, yeah. Absolutely.
But, so they always got us waiting on something.
On something. Exactly. Something or somebody. Exactly.
They knew motherfuckers was going to get tired of the God shit. So they started setting us up for the aliens.
Absolutely.
I'm not saying that there's not other beings.
Right.
I just don't think any of them is coming back to save us.
Nope.
They all benefit from mama. They all benefit from us being ignorant
Indeed.
and not knowing who we are and what we're capable of.
Indeed.
Because obviously, if we were really able to tap into that, would none of them be able to do shit with us? I
Yep.
don't give a fuck about none of them ships.
Tell it now.
Shit.
Tell it now.
You don't get in here if mama don't let you in here.
That's right.
Only reason motherfuckers here is because mama was asleep.
Yep. Yep.
We were asleep. Still asleep.
Still sleep. Yep. Some of us are
I'm
waking up.
Right. But I'm not talking about the Moors leak where they intentionally put motherfuckers in control.
Right.
But I digress.
All right now, brother, let me go on and give you your explosion because you laid that out. Ooh, child. Yes, indeed. It was a comment. A Blazer71 said, yep, will make you a Martian before they make you an American. That is a very, very powerful statement. Absolutely. Absolutely. Okay, so the charter of the Virginia Company was written and completed by April 10th, 1606, as has already been stated, but later to afford change to meet the various environmental circumstances. Two subsequent charters were developed and adopted, and in addition, several set of royal orders, ordinances, and constitutions were also intercede. The main points and topics covered by these three charters and the various royal orders, ordinance, and constitution are as follows. Baby, I love reading these charters. Like Brother Sean said, and this is why we take the time to go through this, so we can truly get to who is whom, the root of the issue. Because when your orders are to clean it up, you don't half do it. You don't half truth it. You don't stop because it's uncomfortable. You don't stop or dance around it or pretty the shit back up because it doesn't fit your comfort zone of doctrine. If you're going to tell it and you have access to this information and you have a platform and you claim that is what your path is, then you're responsible for telling it all correctly. Not the way you want it to be. You're responsible for telling it correctly. And it don't matter whose fucking feelings it hurts, what doctrine it shut down. And that's even if that shoe fits. You lace that bitch up and wear it. This is how you break spells. This is how you break generational curses. So through your blood, your ancestors are screaming to you, we fucked it up, clean it up. And we're not resting until it's cleaned up. And it starts with the truth, all the way the truth. All right. The first charter of the Virginia Company. Colonial position and size. The first charter gave the king's permission and license to several petitioners for them to create several plantations into two colonies, which were to be formed on the mainland of the east coast of the American continent from the latitude. Now, we can't make this up again. Like Brother Sean said, it's here. This is how much more detail can you get to give longitude and latitude of the American continent from the latitude of 34 degrees north of the equator at approximately Carolina Beach, south of Wilmington, North Carolina, to 45 degrees north of the equator, about where the present Canada/US border is in the state of Vermont. In that part of the America commonly called Virginia, and into other parts or territories in America, either appertaining to us, or which are now actually possessed by a Christian prince or people. And the same colony was to include any islands offshore of the mainland within 100 miles of the shoreline and between the same above mentioned latitudes. There were initially to be formed 2 colonies. Colony number 1 was to be composed of several and diverse knights, gentlemen, merchants, and other adventurers of our city of London and elsewhere, and was to be situated in the same area between the 34° north of the equator to 41° north of the equator, and for a distance north and south along the east of the original point of the settlement of 50 miles, and a distant inland from the coast of 100 miles. The second colony was to be made up of sundry knights, gentlemen, merchants, and other adventurers of our cities of Bristol and Exeter, and of our town of Plymouth, and of other places which do join themselves unto the colony, and was to be situated in that same area between 38° north of the equator to 45° north of the equator, and for a distance north and south along the coast of the original point of settlement of 50 miles, and a distant inland from the coast of 100 miles. So let me stop. So, as Brother Sean say, not only did they lay out precisely the longitude, the boundaries, they even told you who they were laying out, who was to inhabit the land. I told y'all that the shit was set up for the king's boys now. It's right here. Knights, gentlemen, merchants. I'm leaving out any other title. Sundry knights. I didn't read any indigenous people. Hell, I didn't even read any of the indentured servants from Europe. I told you all who they laid this shit out for. Continuing on. Each of the 2 original colonies thereby settled could be placed anywhere on the American coastline within the given parameters, and would, when mapped and laid out, form 2 squares of 10,000 square miles, and each with 4 sides, and each side being 100 miles long, and there was to be at least 100 miles between the 2 colonies. Colony councils. There were to be formed 3 councils, 1 each in the relative colonies, and 1 overseeing council formed in England. Again, I don't see nothing about the indigenous people of the land. I don't even see nothing about the indentured servants coming from Europe. This was business at the expense of the indigenous people, and even at the expense of the indentured servants. The 2 colonies councils, 1 in each colony, were to be composed of 13 members appointed to the council by the overseeing council in England, and both these councils were to answer to the overseeing council in England. The overseeing council was to be composed of 13 members, each member to be appointed by the king himself or his heirs and successors. So once again, I told you out the gate that it was set up for the purpose of the king and his heirs forever and ever and ever and ever and ever and ever. And his boys, them, were given a piece only for the purpose to manage it. That's it. Natural resources. The colonists were to have all the lands. Now this is what really gets me to the core of my soul. I want you all to pay attention. These are the things that we should be upset about as indigenous people. This is why I said, and I say again, I don't give a doggone about Trump, Stump, Lump, Q, Elemento, P, NEM, election, selection, rejection. I don't give a damn about any of that. Because I enter and understand how it's all set up. So I would be a fool as an indigenous woman to be wrapped up into something that is literally has enslaved my ancestors and myself for hundreds of years. I would be flat out of my rabbit ass mind to be sitting up here rah-rah and rooting for a system that literally took everything and essentially made slaves out of my ancestors and myself. I'm working on land that's indigenous to my ancestors, paying taxes to an empire that has no type of stake. They're not indigenous. It's not natural. It's not organic on these lands. So as my ancestors and myself work and pay to their people forever and ever and ever, and I'm supposed to be sitting up here thrilled about a goddamn election? Now, and I'm not even talking about the populace. We know the 90%, they don't get this. I'm talking about the 10% motherfuckers who claim they get this. They claim they get it. But yet they still want to run and submit paperwork asking for their shit back. They still want to believe that somebody that was selected to be over the corporation to make sure that the ends get ran back up to these empires, they somehow believe magically this man was supposed to take down an entire empire. But yet, out of all of that, ain't nobody still acknowledge who you are as an indigenous person. I'm talking to you 10% motherfuckers who claim you know the game. You claim you know what's going on. But anytime we bring up who's really running stuff and give you the goddamn receipts, you want to turn your head. You want to scream, oh, you don't know what you talking about. You teaching doctrine. Okay, you keep on bullshitting. You bullshitting yourself. And I say again, each one of you with these platforms, and some of you have some large platforms that's been teaching this doctrine for years, you're going to pay. Because it's deeper than the physical. We keep telling you this is about your soul consciousness. So keep on fucking around stacking up that karmic debt. Because you showing that hell ain't goddamn cheating the universe. So keep on lying to yourself. Let's continue on. Natural resources. The colonists were to have all the lands, soils, grounds, havens, ports, rivers, mines, minerals, woods, marshes, waters, fishing, commodities, and heritagements whatsoever, but such riches were to be had at an expense. This expense was to form part of a contract which was to be binding upon anyone who was one of the original formers of the Virginia Company, or any of their heirs or successors or assignees, or anyone, their successors and assignees, who later joined the Virginia Company, or any or either of the two or any future colonies, as were explained in the 2 paragraphs. So y'all see that motherfucking list?
It says.
Mm-hmm.
And which documents, laws, say that type of stuff? That we're supposed to be submitting? Because they made it clear when they set up shit that it was only them. I really don't see them including the indigenous people anywhere in that paragraph.
I don't see it. They clearly say the colonists. They motherfucking start out. They didn't say the colonists and the indigenous tribes. They didn't say the colonists and the indigenous Moors, Negro, black colored, Native American, Mongoloid, mulatto. I don't see none of that. I see the motherfucking colonists.
And where's the trust that they set up for us, for them doing business? I don't see that mentioned in the charter.
I don't see it in none of my motherfucking research. This paragraph don't say nothing about it. I don't see it.
That's like the same thing like that Social Security account that we supposed to have, even though they created all that and own the copyrights to it, but
right,
we got this secret account that everything is already paid for.
I don't see it in none of my research. Now, are they doing funny accounting behind the scenes, washing the books? Absolutely.
Of course.
But I don't see it. I don't see it in these charters. I don't see it in these contracts.
All I was trying to figure out.
Yeah.
That's all I was trying to figure out. So, I mean, why would I submit something that there's no basis for? And why wouldn't a fraudulent contract be considered null and void?
Exactly.
That's the main reason why people can't win in court. They don't have the jurisdiction because it's all fraud.
It is.
You can't get remedy from a fraudulent situation. Period. You can't benefit from it. And people that get those little benefits, they get to slide through every now and then.
Every now and then. Every now and then they'll discharge something.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. They'll wipe the books.
Yeah, but that just includes you in it. You're complicit to it. You agreed to it. You cut a deal. You found a loophole, and you cut a deal.
And they're still not consistent with that deal. I mean, I haven't seen where they're consistent with the deal.
No, and the motherfuckers that did get a deal or two, the minute they tried to pull other people in, then they all got locked up.
Joe got locked the fuck up. Sure did.
I'm still seeing motherfuckers fresh out now, restarting their pages and shit. Starting to do live feeds and shit again. Still talking that same old shit.
But won't admit that they was on lockdown. We got to hear it through the grapevine. And we talking some big names. Now, am I lying or am I not, Sean? We talking some big motherfucking names that's been locked up. They ain't going to tell you that they ass been locked up.
Mm-hmm. Seeing that Sarah just Sarah stuff. I mean, that's... When has this corporation ever given away anything for free? They talk about just taking care of everybody. Everybody's equal. You don't have to work. You don't have to do shit. This perfect utopia with the same people, beings, whatever entities, whatever you want to call them. This Nasera Jacera is supposed to take place with everyone.
Right.
All for free. How do they collect their taxes like that? How is you rushing them their money?
Running them they ends.
Yeah. They get into the matter of the real currency, what really matters.
Somebody put it in the chat. Amaru said figuring out to make another soul trap has that's where Jacera Nasera at. Absolutely.
Exactly.
We keep telling y'all. We keep telling y'all.
And people is falling for it because you think you won't have to work and this, that, or the other. But guess what? You stop consenting and going along with their bullshit. You didn't have to do that to begin with.
Right.
You seem to forget that we had all that to begin with.
Exactly.
We got too complacent.
Yep.
We took shit for granted.
Yep.
Like motherfuckers do right now.
Yep.
Motherfuckers want them welfare checks to keep coming. They want that EBT card to keep loading.
Yep.
And regardless to what they feeding you, you ain't never wondered how come they give y'all so many goddamn snaps. And it's only certain shit you can buy with it. Certain brands.
Yeah, I think somebody told me that they can buy seeds. Seeds and like plants to grow your own food. Now, I don't know how true that is, but if it is, goddamn.
Who seeds? They say Bill Gates, then he's the...
Yeah, because you even got to be careful with that. Absolutely. Because I'm picky where...
Farmland.
Yeah.
They say he's the biggest private farmer in
the U.S. now. Yep.
So, I mean, who are they getting this shit from?
I agree.
If you didn't get your own seeds, when you do come across good shit, if you ain't saving them seeds...
Yep, that's what I did.
Get some seeds when there were good seeds out here.
Exactly. But I've been telling y'all for years.
They let us know all this for years.
Yep.
All of this has been in movies and on TV.
Yep.
Everything that we're going through has been on TV.
True that.
Some type of movie. But the main thing that they never even put in the movies, though, either, is the truth about who we are.
Exactly.
Every now and then, somebody might slip up and put a little something in. But when have we seen a movie, not necessarily made by them, when have any of us made a movie stating exactly who we are? Not hinting around.
Yeah, I don't know of any.
Why not? I mean, we got people that's able to do all these little videos, all this little TikTok shit our people do, all this type of shit that motherfuckers doing constantly, becoming good with these computers, knowing how to put together videos, this, that, or the other.
Right.
But ain't nobody made shit about us.
Nope. Only us little YouTubers. And those of us that really put out the fire, our shit, we have, I mean, really small channels. And none of that's a coincidence. Now, if I was up here, talking gossip or shaking my boobs and telling you how to pimp a man, I would have big numbers. I would have no problem going through the algorithms. Yep, put her on the recommendation list. But those that spit fire, no, we don't have the hundreds of thousands of subscribers.
I think one of them should run for office.
Who?
One of them with the big following that's actually talking about doing it. I think that they actually should. Because that would bring to the forefront the conversation about who we are. That's if they run on that platform.
I don't even know anyone with the big enough numbers to do it.
They got to start locally, like I was saying last night. Why motherfuckers ain't running to be sheriff? That's who has the most authority.
Right, but let's be honest. Let's be honest. Most of the folks, they got a record.
Yeah.
So that exempts them out. They have a record.
Then we gotta groom somebody just like they do.
Yeah, they do. That could be done. But then it's a catch-22. So we get them in office for what? Because when they get in office, they taking an oath to what? It's showing the fuck ain't gonna be an oath to the indigenous people.
To me, it's not even a matter of getting in office because I don't think it would get to that.
Oh, you're just saying running, period. Yeah, I see what you're saying.
Yeah, just to get the whole conversation out there
started
about us being the indigenous people and them having to prove that whoever that candidate is, prove that they're not indigenous like they did with Elizabeth Warren.
Right. Because she got slaughtered.
Yeah, force them to have that conversation. I mean, especially if they run for office.
Right.
How are our people voting and not making any of the candidates acknowledge who the fuck you are?
They don't require nothing out of them, as far as I'm concerned.
But these quote-unquote Native Americans cutting deals, voting for certain political parties, this, that, or the other, continue to get those little benefits that they get out of.
Yeah, but we know how that's working because they have the Caucasians sitting as the tribes that's really getting all the big money, and they're just piddling that out to them. So they're melanated indigenous people live better than the Native Americans. Let's just be real. We have to be real. We live a lot better, even in the ghettos. We live better than those Native Americans.
Oh, yeah. But my thing is the whole identity theft thing.
Mm-hmm.
They're being willing participants in the fraud.
Yeah.
It's time for every fucking body to pay up by getting the fuck out. They have nothing to offer us but their exit. That's all I want from these motherfuckers.
Right.
It's for them to leave.
Right.
I don't care where they go, how they get there, whether or not they make it there. I don't care about none of that
None of
shit.
that. Mm-hmm.
Because these motherfuckers do not give a fuck about us, melanated or not.
Yeah, it's true.
Everybody who is not indigenous to here
Get to stepping.
wants our shit.
Right. Get to stepping.
I don't give a fuck about Antarctica, no fucking place else. Because they talk about all these other places, but they still fucking here.
Yeah, that is true.
They talk about Mars and all this type of shit. They're able to send these rovers and all that type of shit there.
Right.
As you saw on the old space programs, Battlestar Galactica, all that type of shit, they actually floated around in space until they found someplace. Well, go float the fuck around in space, Elon Musk, and all you motherfuckers with your technology that's allegedly going to the moon and all this shit. Go float in space.
Right. Right.
I just want them all gone.
Right.
This whole goddamn show that they put down with the election, motherfuckers supposed to be dead. They supposed to be letting this bullshit play out until motherfuckers wake up.
Exactly.
Some motherfuckers ain't ever gonna fucking wake up.
Exactly.
And even if what Trump and them is saying is true, the bottom line is you motherfuckers still lied and went along with this bullshit and let them push this bullshit.
Exactly. Exactly.
Instead of ending this bullshit.
Exactly. Well, it wasn't theirs to even strike up in the beginning, and they're running around talking about make America great again. Goddamn it, go make Europe great again. Concentrate the fuck on that.
Now go make a test tube great again, because that's where the fuck they came from.
Well,
they ain't original to shit. They was created, they admitted. Now they even put down that Adam is the first son of Enki and an earth woman. Again, saying that it was motherfuckers already here.
Well, I don't care about none of that. They can all get to stepping. Yeah.
Everybody wants to fucking be us or say that we're a part of them or that they're a part of us.
Right.
If these other beings are so fucking great, Anunnaki, whoever the fuck you want to call, all these higher dimensional beings, if y'all so fucking great, why do y'all keep coming down here fucking with my women?
Right. Right.
What's wrong with your women?
Exactly.
We don't want them. Keep them.
Right. Interspecies dating. And folks upset about interspecies dating and mating. Right.
Take all that shit back with you.
Yep.
I don't want none of that shit. Get out. Just leave. I mean, y'all ain't got to fight before you leave.
Right.
Just leave.
Right. Go make Mars great again.
Right. Any place.
Right.
The moon.
Right.
Go live on the other side of the moon where you keep saying that motherfuckers at and y'all got all these bases and stuff at. Go live on the moon.
Right. Right. Right.
Or the space station. I mean, y'all able to put shit up in the air and
let
it float for fucking ever. Just go float in the air somewhere.
Right. Right.
But no, everybody want to be around us. They want to be all up under us, all off our shit, all the time.
Yep.
Ain't nobody talking about the rest of the world about nothing. All the focus is on here.
Always has been since the 1600s.
And it ain't because of the presidential show either. Motherfuckers watching to see what we're going to do.
Yeah. Yep. Yep. How many
You
are
think
awake?
Right. You think they ain't listening to us?
Absolutely.
Watching all of our shit?
Absolutely.
Yeah, motherfuckers talk shit about flying and becoming super beings and this, that, and the other. Them motherfuckers was tuned in waiting to see a couple niggas fly.
Yep. Indeed.
Once again, wait on these magical days. The world looks at us and be like, damn, them niggas still ain't shit.
Right. Right. Get your shit together. Shit. Right. Indeed.
Wonder how come world starring shit like that do real good.
Right. All right. So, nope, you on point. You on point. Okay, so, and moreover, we do grant and agree for us, our heirs and successors, that the said several councils of and for the said several colonies shall and lawfully may be virtue hereof from time to time without interruption of us, our heirs and successors, dig, mine, and search for all manners of mines of gold, silver, and copper, as well within any part of the said several colonies, as of the said many lands of the backside of the same colonies, and to have and enjoy the gold, silver, and copper to be gotten thereof to the use and behoove of the same colonies and the plantations thereof, yielding therefore yearly to us, our heirs and our successors, the 50 parts per 100 only of all the same gold and silver, and the 15 parts per 100 of all the same copper, so to be gotten or had, as is aforesaid, and without any other manner of profit or account to be given or yielded to us, our heirs and successors, for or in the same respect. Okay, so again, they talking about the colonists, the kings, they boys and them. And just to be clear, I personally don't see any mentions of money. I don't see where fiat is mentioned in here. I do not see where that fiat greenback currency is mentioned in here. So this is coming out of their charter. They are pretty much telling you what they place the value on. The value are on the minerals, the precious metals coming from Mother Earth on indigenous people's land. And that they shall or lawfully may establish and cause to be made a coin to pass current there between the two people of several colonies for the more ease of traffic and bargaining between and among them and the natives there, of such metal and is such manner and form as the same several councils there shall limit and appoint. So right here, they are telling you, oh yeah, we're going to create a currency. So, you know, back up in the day, it was the coins. At least back up in the day, shit, the coins was made out of either copper, gold, or silver. So at least they were worth something. But it tells you in this paragraph that they're going to control that. So even that's not where the real power is. That's not really where they place the value at. Again, the value is the land, the resources, i.e. the minerals, gold, silver, copper. To belabor the point for clarity and of understanding for the reader who does not quite grasp the significance of these two paragraphs, and for the clarification of some of the statements made in some of the future chapters of this book, please note that 50% of all gold and silver and 15% of all copper, which was to thereafter be extracted from the ground, belong under the terms of this Virginia Company covenant to the English crown and was to be transported back to England on an annual basis. Are you catching that? They brought their funky asses over here, took the land, extracted resources, and then on an annual, divvied it up to their boys and them for overseeing the work on behalf of the crown. But then forever and ever and ever and ever and ever, they had to break a percentage off of that back to the crown. This covenant is still in force today for all honorable men and descendants of the original colonial founders and the descendants of all those who later were to join the Virginia Company. So do you understand why I don't give a fuck about a political system? I don't give a fuck about none of that. Because when you know what you know, this is the important stuff. I don't give a fuck about no paperwork. They're telling you what they did, how they did it, and what they placed the real value on. Import duties, imposts, and exercises. The colonists were empowered to seize any ship, vessel, merchant, or trader who was found to be trading goods and commodities with the colony or members of the colony, and if the trader was not a member of that particular colony, to charge that trader a duty, impost, or excise, which was to be paid to the treasurer of the colony. Ain't that what they do today? Ain't that still going on today when something comes into the port? Goods and service, there is an associated tax that is put on that. The game ain't changed. The players may be different that's managing it, but who this ultimately rolls back to hasn't changed. Still the same empire. If the trader was subject to the payment of the duty was a subject of the British Crown, then the amount of the duty to be paid by the trader was to be 2.5% on the value of anything traded. If he was not subject of the British Crown, then the amount of the duty to be paid was to be 5%. These duties, imposts, and exercise for a period of 21 years from the date of the formation of the Virginia Company were to be used by the colony, which collected them for the sole and exclusive use of the colony, and thereafter the money from such duties was to be paid directly to the agent of the crown, who was appointed by the crown specifically for the purpose of acting as the crown's treasurer in that colony. Exports. No colonist could transport any goods, chattel, commodities, or such out of the colony for sale or trade with any other foreign person or entity or country without the express and prior permission of the Crown of England, and to do so would cause the total forfeiture of all that exporter's assets and the ship or vessel or vehicle which transported him and his wares. Ain't that not today? So, in other words, you can't be hustling on the motherfucking side, is basically what they saying. Don't think you finna produce something and then sell the shit overseas without authorization. Why do you think that every, on those ports, they have bill of sales and ship manifest? It's the same thing. Lands, tenements, and header tenements, whatever the hell that is. I guess I'm soon finna to find out. Of course, the colonists would need to cultivate the land and grow the food necessary for their survival. So, to that end of the statement of, and finally we do. For us, our heirs and successors, grant and agree that we, our heirs and successors, shall by letters, patents. Y'all catching this? Shall by letters, patents, bearing the great seal of England, grant unto such persons the council, their heirs, and their assignees, all the lands, tenement, and hereditaments, which shall be within the precincts limited for that colony, 10,000 square miles in a square, with each side being 100 miles long, as foresaid, to be holden of us, our heirs and successors, as of our manor of East Greenwich, in the county of Kent, in free sockage only, and not in Capite, was entered in the first charter. So let me sip some water. See, when I say what I say, it's a purpose for me saying it. I told y'all, you think you're going to win something with those patents. And I said to you, who issued the patents? Because if it was issued by the king, the queen, his boys, them, explain to me, what does that prove? What does that prove? When they were clearly issuing out patents to their boys, them. So y'all better rethink it. You better rethink it clearly. The statement to beholden of us in free soccerage only and not in Capite meant that the colonists were granted land under a deed of trust and that they could not claim ownership of the land. Ownership was retained by the crown. They could use the land for themselves and pass the perpetual use of their particular piece of land on to their heirs and successors by blood, marriage, or adoption and assignee. They could sell the perpetual use of a part or all of their piece of land to someone else, but the original ownership of the land was claimed and retained by the crown. All right, Brother Sean. Am I missing anything in there about what power a patent is supposed to have? A land patent is supposed to have? Uh-oh. You still there with us, Brother Sean? Make sure he didn't get kicked off. All right, I can't hear you if you are still there. Okay, or unless you went on mute. Okay, so again, this is going back to the patent, back to the deed of trust, saying really at the end of the day, none of that matters because it's still beholden to the crown. Let me see. I don't know if Brother Sean is trying to text me. Uh-oh. Uh-oh, he can't hear me. Damn it. Okay. All right. Let me, yep, I see where this clunked out. Just a second. All right, Brother Sean, hold on.
Welcome to the conferencing service.
Okay, can you hear me now? Okay, Brother Sean, hold on. Or did we get kicked off? Okay. All right, there we go. I'm assuming you can hear me now, right? All right, Brother Sean, can you hear me now? Hold on, family. As usual, we blowing stuff up. All right, I'm texting him, so just hold on a sec. We almost done. Okay, I might have to switch to my phone. So bear with me, fam. All right, YouTube, just hold on a second. I see where we got zapped. So I am going to try to get back online so the phone can hear me and you all can hear me. All right, I'm just going to leave. So bear with me. Okay. Okay, so let me just join. All right. All right, just a second, YouTube. I'm going to see if I can get the people back on the phone to be able to hear. If not, I'm just going to refer them to YouTube so we can finish up because we're almost there. We're literally almost there. Okay, let's see. All right, I'm back. Brother Sean, are you there? Okay, hold on a second.
The host has not arrived yet. Please wait.
All right, we're going to end that. All right, let's see if he's still there. Hold on. All right, YouTube. So we got the family on the phone. They're gonna switch over to YouTube. Okay. So here we go, because we're almost done. Okay. So again, what I was saying, Brother Sean, that basically they're saying that even with those patents, deeds of trust, none of that still matters because the land still belongs to the crown. It says they could sell the perpetual use of or part of or all of their piece of the land to someone else, but the original ownership of the land was claimed and retained by the crown. So I say again, what power are those patents that you are holding? Who issued them? How does that tie you back to the land as being indigenous? You got to be careful when you're dipping and dabbing in this paperwork. All right. So, the royal orders of November 20th, 1606, the first paragraph of this letter appoints the King's Council of Virginia in England and gives them, the council, a general description of their duties towards the two separate councils and colonies in Virginia. All right. They were to nominate and appoint the members of the council of the first two settled colonies, and each of the two councils to nominate and appoint one of their members, not being a minister of God's word, to be president of his respective council, with the position to be held for 1 year minimum, and to have another president, but not the same person as formerly held the position, thereafter re-elected by the same council. These same two colonial councils were to be subservient to the full authority of other kings' councils in England. So, when we talk again, just for refresher, why don't fuck with elections? Because they're selected. And I know that any office, they have to take an oath, and that oath is to the office, not to the people, and damn sure not to the indigenous people. So they're even telling you how it was set up to have presidents. Only difference is they serve 1 year, not the 4 they have today, and they can never serve again. And then, let's be clear, they report to who? Subservient to the full authority of the King's Council in England. So now when you running around voting, you voting for what? I told you all this is about commerce and business. It has nothing to do with the people, and it damn sure don't have nothing to do with the indigenous people, and it damn sure don't have nothing to do with the indentured servants that came over here on contracts, or the pilgrims, or whatever else title you want to give yourself. The king, through his English council, not only requested but required that the members of the colonies, with all diligence, care, and respect, do provide that the true word of God and Christian faith be preached, planted, and used, not only within every of the several said colonies and plantations, but also as much as they may among the savage people which do or shall adjoin us to them or border upon them, according to the doctrine, rites, and religion now professed and established within our realm of England. So, who was Christianity for? So, King James set this shit up in 1606, and thanks for the person that dropped in the chat that motherfucker reminded me that the King James Bible that he commissioned to put together, that shit was issued in 1611. I'm going to say again, if you're going to tell it all. Don't get to hide behind no book. Don't get to digging in no book for no genealogy, not that Bible. Your supposed and alleged genealogy, none of that. They are telling you what they did. Criminal law. all criminal offenses or offenses against the state or king were tried, as has been said before, under admiralty law. Those offenses of tumults, rebellions, conspiracies, mutiny, sedation, which may be dangerous to the estate there. Now, you see this now. A danger to the estate. Not danger to we the people. Not danger to the indigenous people. Not dangerous to the indentured servants. To the estate. The degree of dangerousness being decided by the local council of authority. And murder, manslaughter, rape, incest, and adultery were all punishable by death. And except on the case of manslaughter, the convict was not to be allowed the benefit of the clergy. Now that's interesting. All cases were to be tried by the council of authority before a jury of 12 honest and indifferent persons who were to either convict or acquit the accused. Should the accused confess to the crime or remain mute in answer to his accusers, then he would be convicted as if the jury had deliberated and convicted him. The colonial council also had the sole power of sentencing the convicted to death, but the ability of granting pardons to the convict was reserved solely by the king. Where a criminal was suspected of having committed an offense outside of the boundaries of the colony could be brought back to the colony for trial. Well, damn. So you would think that their jurisdiction was only on the colony. But now they gonna say something outside of the colony. You gonna drag me back in the colony to put me on trial? Oh, okay then. Should any member of the colonies be kidnapped and removed from any of the colonies by an outsider, then the kidnapper, should he or they be caught, were to be imprisoned until he or they shall fully and thoroughly reform himself. Should this miraculous reformation not take place, then the malcontents were to be speedily exported to England, where he or they would presumably be suitably punished at the king's pleasure. Okay. Civil law. Any civil complaints registered by the members of either colony were to be taken care of by the respective colonial council as near to the common law of England, and the equity thereof as may be, and the local council shall have the power and authority to hear and determine all and every other wrongs, trespasses, offenses, and misdemeanors whatsoever upon accusation of any person, and proof thereof made by sufficient witness upon earth. And the councils were granted the authority to punish the offenders by reasonable corporal punishment and imprisonment, or else by a convenient fine, awarding damages, or other satisfaction of the party aggrieved. The council determined the amount and the severity of the punishment, having regard to the quality of the offense or the state of the cause. And any and all judgments, sentences, whether criminal or civil, were to be registered in a book created and maintained for that specific purpose. Okay, so y'all see the civil law? So those of you that's talking this common law, y'all know what I'm talking about. It's the common law of what? The common law of England. So how are you indigenous to the land, to the Americas, and you running around here talking about common law? and paperwork. See, these are the things that I'm talking about. You have to be honest with yourself. And if you can't do this type of research and digest it, you have no business talking about, promoting, and damn sure selling of no motherfucking paperwork. This is exactly why y'all keep getting locked the fuck up. Because you drag up in them courts. You talk about being indigenous, then you throw common law in there, and then some of you throw Moors in there. So you just throw everything at the motherfucking wall to see what sticks, and you gets locked up every time. And the sad part about it, you get other people going under your teaching locked up. Because that's their shit. That's England shit. Warehouses. For the first 5 years immediately after the initial settlement, the colonists were to bring all their produce and place it in a warehouse specifically constructed for the purpose. In addition to the local produce, everything thereafter brought to the colonies from England was also placed in the warehouse. Each year, the council was to elect a warehouse man, named the treasurer or Cape merchant, to take charge of and manage the commodities stored in his care. This person could be re-elected by the council upon the expiration of his 1-year term of office. In addition, 2 bookkeepers were to be appointed, each also for a term of 1 year. One to keep a register of all things being brought into the warehouse, and one to keep a similar book of all things being removed from it. Everyone in the colony was to be supplied from that one warehouse, and all in the warehouse was to be considered as belongings to the colony. So again, they appeared to me to keep excellent records. They wasn't fucking around. And again, in none of this, I don't see we the people. I don't see indigenous people. I don't see indigent servants. I don't see pilgrims. To assist in trading to and from, from and by this one warehouse, every one of the colonies for the first 5 years shall trade together all in one stock. This meant that they were given royal orders to adopt a form of warehouse banking, where the individuals would take his product to the warehouse and place it on deposit there, receiving in return a receipt, which receipt could be readily traded for other goods and services. This was the original form of paper currency. And it is greatly facilitated trade and growth in the formative years of colonial existence. In order to keep a check on the trading with the colonies, the first colonial council was required to choose one or more companies, each of not less than 3 people who resided in or close to London, England, and the second colonial council was to choose one or more similar companies, each of 3 or more people from the town of Plymouth in the county of, I don't know if it's Devon or Devon, England. Okay, so I don't see nothing about no indigenous people. I see this about England and them running shit. Their people watching over and keeping count of the motherfucking trade. The purpose of each of these companies was to take charge of the trade and accounting of all goods which both went out and were received from its respective colony, from whichever port or ports in England which was used for export or import, and all things concerning the managing of affairs and profits of the adventurers of that respective company. Again, I don't see nowhere in here they talking about the indigenous people, indentured servants, pilgrims. Finally, nobody was to be allowed to be admitted as an immigrant into any of the colonies unless they swore an oath of allegiance to the king or crown, an oath of parliament, which has also sworn allegiance to the king, and an oath to the effect that they would always trade in and through the port or ports which managed the trade with the colonies. So now where again in here regarding trade, commerce, currency, are the indigenous people mentioned? Hell, they even let the immigrants get a shot if they took that oath. Finally, nobody was to be allowed to be admitted. I read that. The Royal Ordinance and Constitution, March 9th, 1607. The first section of this ordinance enlarged the kings of council for the two colonies, and that, because of the distance between the members of each of the councils, that 12 men met together, where 6 at least were to be members of one colony, and 6 at least were to be members of the other colony, were to be considered enough persons, a quorum, to vote on any particular issue, and that they were given power to vote upon broader and more far-reaching issues than ever before. Now let me sip my water. Who was this Constitution for the benefit of? I don't see we the people in here. I see a group of the king's boys, them, a council that was able to vote, that was given power to vote. The second charter of the Virginia Company, May 23rd, 1609. One of the secret corporations that is comprised of the secret oligarchy is the Virginia Company. In October 1781, when the Earl of Cornwallis capitulated the British East Indian Company employee, George Washington, did y'all catch that? The motherfucking founding father, huh? Blood was working for the British East Indian Company. The name of the Virginia Company was renamed. The new secret company was now called the United States of America Corporation and Body Politics. Boom. Let me drink some water so y'all can marinate on that. So when we tell you that this shit is a corporation, we mean what the fuck we say. We got the receipts to back it up. It was set up as a corporation. These supposedly founding fathers, which they couldn't have found shit that was already here, were appointed to run the company. It had nothing to do with we the people. And it still has nothing to do with we, the people. The terms of the capitulation was that the secret corporation would continue in existence forever. The arrangement that the king or queen of England would continue to receive 20% of the revenues from the Virginia Company as per the old charter of 1607, again, forever. The Pessoa family signed a contract with Benjamin Franklin in 1785 to handle all of the communication and transportation in the secret corporation again, forever. So do you see that the Pessoas put Ben Franklin on? The Crown Prince of France, Louis Charles Bordeaux Capet, was made manager of the United States Corporation in 1805. At that time, the Crown Prince was 20 years old. He had been in hiding in the city of London since both his parents were beheaded during the French Revolution in 1793. All right, so this is going over what Brother A32 read. But we gon' just remind it. So now you got the total package. His father, Louis Charles Bordeaux Capet, Louis, and his mother were the pure, I don't know about this dragon race bloodline. And Louis equals Charlemagne's bloodline. Marie Antoinette von Habsburg. And they're saying, i.e. the bloodline of Queen Elizabeth II today. Now, what I don't know, to be fair, I don't know if the Queen Elizabeth II today and all of that line are truly descendants of these original people. Because these original people, Louis them, Marie them, they were melanated. But that does not mean that Queen Elizabeth them are not a part of that line. It could have just been mixing upon mixing upon mixing until the bloodline lightened up. But best believe these originals, they were melanated. Leroy Springs. Now, I don't know about y'all. I don't know too many Caucasian people named Leroy. I'm just saying. Could be possible. Could be possible. The Pessoa family lost control of the Virginia Company in 1933 when the company had to file for bankruptcy. All of the executive orders issued by Roosevelt disenfranchised Louis Cass Pessoa's family from the corporation in 1933. So what else happened in 1933? Didn't they start confiscating gold and all of that jazz? Secret backroom deals were made. Are y'all getting the connections? All that time, it was taken over by Leroy Springs, the founder of the Spring Made Ben Linen Factory in Lancaster, South Carolina. As most of you know by now, the Hart brothers, and I'm not going to go on that lizard stuff, use the electronic geometries from Hart to mind control us, and one of the best ways is our spring-made resonance mattresses. Now, I don't know all about that. We do know that Hart exists. I don't know about that being attached to the mattress and all of that jazz. Okay, reminds me of the circles found around major areas like Pine Ridge or any other city, i.e. country, to pacify the people with frequencies currently Iraq, by the way. Okay, so what I can say out of all of this, we know that there is an electromagnetic field, ley lines, and that you can harness energy from that. And if you know how to harness it using geometry or those geometric shapes, it is very powerful. Okay, so the natural frequencies from Mother Earth. Okay, and I do absolutely believe that these same empires were using that science. And I believe they were using that science to take control of the land and the people. And I believe something happened significantly. Something had to happen significantly for the indigenous people to lose that knowledge. Something had to happen. Now, some are saying that it was some maybe electromagnetic storm, and they took advantage of that storm, harnessed the energy to manipulate the frequency, and they created a reset that essentially created mud floods. And specifically, I've heard recently people point to the Carrington event, and I'll be talking about that. I'll pull information on that because next week we're going to get back into the topic at hand about consciousness and frequencies. So I'll bring that into the mix as well. Anyway, Colonel Leroy, I like to say Leroy, because that's a melanated name. Now, Caucasian people, I'm not saying that you don't know no Leroys. I just don't know I ain't never known no Caucasian Leroy. I know a lot of melanated Leroys. Anyway, Leroy Springs' granddaughter is the main person in charge of the corporation and was head of the Federal Reserve Bank. So, y'all in the chat, correct me if I'm wrong. Did not the Federal Reserve Bank start being stood up around that 1933 time when everything crashed and they went to Jekyll Island to cut a deal? So, you see when they said earlier that the Pessoa's family lost control. You see where they said the Pessoa family lost control of the Virginia company in 1933. It went bankrupt. So Leroy Spring them stepped in, and then Leroy Spring's granddaughter, the main person in charge of the corporation and was the head of the Federal Reserve Bank. Don't you see what happened? And the name of this document, sis, is Pessoas.company/Virginia-company. It's right here up top. Oh, but you can't see it because of that. I don't know if you can see it because of that live. I don't know if y'all see that live. But it's Pessoas.com/Virginia-company/. Right. I'm born here. Sis, a Magical Mind said they started setting up the Federal Reserve in 1912. And then I'm Born Here said that's the same time that they confiscated the gold, had to go bankrupt. Absolutely. So it just changed from one hand to another or under a different company. And the ones that were managing it, the name is different. That's all. That's all that happened. Okay, so so her name is Chow. Okay, so this Leroy Springs granddaughter now. Now Leroy could be Caucasian, but baby, I ain't never heard of a melanated man. I'm sorry, a Caucasian man named Leroy, but okay. His granddaughter was the person in charge and the head of the Federal Reserve Bank. Her name is Crandall Close Bowles. Does Bowles ring a bell? Prince Charles' wife from hell? You mean Camilla Parker Bowles, Nim? I don't know if Crandall is still alive today, but she was on the board of the Federal Reserve Bank of Charlotte, North Carolina, and was the CEO of the Spring Made Bed Linen Factory. Now, let's still be clear. Although it went bankrupt, and in 1933, they reset, because that's exactly what it was. It was a reset. They still, these people that they're naming, they still don't own it. They're just managing it. That's all. The Federal Reserve Bank evolved out of the North Carolina Gold Company, chartered in 1899 in Charlotte, North Carolina. The First National Bank of Charlotte was the bank that made the secret gold bullion payments to the Queen of England for 190 years. At any rate, the Federal Reserve Bank of Charlotte, North Carolina, makes the secret electronic funds transferred to the City of London today. This is the 20% of the tax revenues that will forever go back to the Crown of England via the original contracts with the Virginia Company. So like I said, just because they crashed the one company in 1933, they just stood another one up, put different faces in it to manage it. But that 20%, them ends, you finna run the crown, they ends. You finna run it to them forever and ever and ever and ever, ever, ever. So I'm going to ask again, where is we the people? Where is the indigenous people? Where is the indentured servants? Where is the pilgrims mentioned in any of these contracts transactions? The Moravian families. King James I, I'm not going over this with this vampire and all of that bullshit. He needs to come with receipts. I wish he would stick to the motherfucking facts and stop throwing this other bullshit up in there. King James I, remember, also the gateway to the sun in Peru had 48 glyphs around the major figure. I don't know what that means. Because there were 48 Meridian families who signed on to the Virginia Company Charter. So where are these signatures today held secretly? Now, I don't know about you, but when I think of this Moravian name, I immediately think of banking. Immediately. So to this day, we still don't even know who those 48 families were or are. In 1607, King James I born 1566, already knew that there were going to be 48 contagious states in North America. He knew this because it was he who chartered the Virginia Company. Each Moravian family was to have, child, I'm done. Stick me with the fork, I'm done. Each Moravian family was to have its very own state as its kingdom. Child, I'm done. You hear me? I'm done. I told you all. It's about these empires. Pope of Rome. There were some secret trusts executed with the Pope of Rome also, such as the states of Maryland. And I do believe that that is why they, to this day, also keep the UCBO trust so secret for the few. Oligarchical monarch control and rules of assets, which is why these trusts are not found in the ordinary law schools except Cornell. That's it, y'all. So there you have it, family. So, thank you for joining us for part 2 of this tonight. I hope this gives a clear picture of how this commerce was set up, how it's really the same thing today, who's ultimately benefiting from it. I hope you all get a clear picture so you can put your focus where it needs to be. All right. So I do want to thank Brother Sean. Thank you so much, brother, for joining me tonight. Thank you, Brother 832. Excuse me, family, for joining us and putting something on it. Thank you to the YouTube family. That's why I'm looking over to the side. Because I got to run literally 2 computers in order to keep stuff halfway running smooth. Thank you to the YouTube family for joining us again. Dropping stuff in the chat. It is truly, truly appreciated. We will be back next Thursday. We're going to pick back up with getting back into the frequencies, what it truly means about your soul consciousness. So I want to thank you all so much. You are much appreciated, family. So I'm just going to, once again, y'all, I'm so proud of my, my little intro. So, my new intro. So we're going to rock out with that. So, love you very much, family.
We are in the age of truth, freedom, love, prosperity, abundance, and peace. Welcome to True Uncompromised.